A very good morning to everyone joining us on day 2 of the Inclusive Finance India Summit. I hope you enjoyed the first day themes and deliberations across plenary planner panels, thematic tracks, and also the 3 high-powered evening fireside chat sessions that we had lined up back to back. Today, we are starting the day with this particular thematic track on micro enterprise financing. In an emerging economy like India, micro, small, and medium enterprise MSME sector has tremendous potential to drive growth and employment and to catalyze socio-economic transformation of the country. The government, this particular government, actually envisions MSMEs to contribute to $2 trillion of the country's target of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2024. So that goes to show how much potential the government also expects the sector to deliver on. As per the National Sample Survey 2015 to 2016, there were 63.4 million unincorporated non-agricultural MSMEs in India that were engaged in different economic activities. And of these, 99% accounted for micro enterprise sector. So that's actually huge. And this micro enterprise sector within the own account enterprises, which are enterprises that did not hire external labor on a regular basis, these accounted for 53.5 million, which is 69% of the enterprises. Did not have any form of registration. So this just tells us the potential, but also the need for supporting this particular segment. And Inclusive Finance India Summit and Access as well has always been focusing on the micro segment within MSMEs. Of course, with the change in the classification that happened in how MSMEs are classified in terms of their investment and turnover criteria. The micro segment has suddenly become even larger, and we have to keep reminding ourselves of keeping track of the smaller micro enterprises, at this juncture. This track, therefore, we don't necessarily call it MSME financing. We are deliberately, calling it micro enterprise financing to keep that focus on the smaller enterprises. And we are ready to kick off this track with, again, a very, anticipated and high-octane fireside chat on tech for inclusion. It's broadly titled because the nature of the key guests that we have with us to speak, and I would like to welcome Michael Froman, Vice Chairman and President, Strategic Growth at MasterCard, and Dr. Shamika Ravi, Director of Research, Brookings India. She will anchor this conversation with Mike today, and will, of course, tech with inclusion. As I said, we broadly titled it to for Shamika to be able to actually have a larger canvas to quiz Mike on. But of course, since the conference is about financial inclusion, this will be about inclusive growth and leveraging technology for micro and small enterprises and helping them grow and access financing through digitization and other support. So welcome and good evening, Mike. It's in fact, we know that it's quite late for you in the evening. We appreciate your making the effort to join us so late. And considering the time difference, our original invite for you was to have us a recorded message from you. But this is great that you're making this effort to join us live. And when we got to know that, we actually thought, instead of a talk, we'd rather have someone like Shamika, talk to you to make this even more interesting. So thank you so much again, both of you, for joining us today, and welcome again. And I'll hand over to Shamika to take this forward.
Thank you, Radhika. And welcome, everyone. It's great to have you with us, Mike. The Inclusion Summit, the Financial Inclusion Summit, has been running for over a decade. And every year we have a different theme, but the underlying theme throughout is, of course, financial inclusion broadly. But this year, of course, we are in the midst of a pandemic, a global pandemic. Every economy is going through this massive exogenous shock. And I think countries everywhere, especially outside of the authoritarian regimes, seem to also be going through phases of trial and error. I can definitely say this as far as India is concerned, that the recognition that the MSME sector, where micro, the first M, is really a very large component of it. It is the largest employer outside of agriculture. So to safeguard livelihood and to make sure that there is some degree of consumption smoothing so that people's basic livelihood do not result into a humanitarian crisis. The initial set of interventions from the government of India, as well as many of our state governments, were more humanitarian in nature, which means that it was about social protection, about transferring direct benefit transfers, which are cash, but also food distribution. The first initial months were almost entirely focused on averting a large humanitarian crisis, but subsequently, the focus has turned towards MSMEs. A lot of the policies which were announced by the finance minister at the center and supported by the Reserve Bank of India, which is our central bank, have been of the nature which eases liquidity access, liquidity constraints for a lot of these firms. But of course, we know that this is not just a liquidity problem. The demand side of it is also an equally big problem. Now, in many of the countries of the OECD, including the US, we know that a lot of the early transfers have really resulted in higher precautionary savings. They have not really led to an expansion of the demand which was perhaps anticipated. Now, the Indian government, given its narrow fiscal space, really avoided very large fiscal stimulus of the kind that many OECD countries did. In fact, we tend to call it's been a more frugal and a pragmatic approach. And in hindsight, and now I think more and more people agree, that perhaps it was the right thing to do, to not transfer huge amounts through either UBIs, because overall the fear factor across the country, as far as this pandemic was concerned, particularly against the backdrop that our health, particularly public health infrastructure, is rather weak in many parts. So there was a lot of trial and error, and there were different phases. But here we are, just a week away from the annual budget, and everyone is anticipating more measures, more direct measures, perhaps in the nature of direct spending on infrastructure, etc. But underlying a lot of these economic concerns is the central livelihood concern of a very large number of people outside of agriculture, which is the MSME space. Now, Mike, you are most likely aware of the fact that it wasn't the pandemic. In fact, before the pandemic, over the last 6 years, India has been quietly working on strengthening the basic Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile connectivity. It's the basic infrastructure on which the social protection is based. Jan Dhan is the bank account, but of course, Jan Dhan is also, it symbolizes larger access to bank account for people in the country. Aadhaar is our unique identity card or number, which has been electronically issued by the central government. And the mobile telephony, of course, is connectivity, which has mostly been on the back of private enterprise. So I think this is where we bring in the power of PPP, that even this basic infrastructure of Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile, there is a very large role for the government, but there's an equally important large role for the private sector. So I will start out by trying to basically exploit your vast experience, not just in some of these emerging markets, but across in your past life. Tell us a little bit, Mike, about what do you think has been the global experience as far as the MSME sector is concerned in the pandemic?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. This is such a distinguished conference, and I'm honored to be part of it. And Shamika, thank you very much for hosting this session. You know, I have to say that one of the things that appears to be universal around the world, you go to any country, talk to any government, they are universally focused on the health of their MSME sector, because what is true in India is true in the United States and in Europe and in every major economy in the world. And that is that small businesses and micro businesses are the backbone of the economy. They are the drivers of growth. They're the drivers of employment over time. A lot of attention gets paid to big companies and whether they're hiring or firing, but you see where the real jobs come from. It really comes from the MSME sector over time. And they form a key part of the social fabric of every country. And we see that in the pandemic as well, where in countries, including the United States, people felt quite almost sentimental about their small businesses in their neighborhoods as they saw the impact of the pandemic on those small businesses, and felt an allegiance and an affinity for what they contributed to the community beyond the provision of services, of the specific services. And so it's absolutely critical. I think, you know, what the pandemic has done with MSMEs is accelerate, I believe, the process that was already well underway. And you referred to some of the work that's been done in India around creating the digital ecosystem and the environment between the identity system, the bank accounts, and the telecommunication system for connectivity. And still, there's a lot of work to be done to bring informality into the formal sector, to bring transactions that are oftentimes done in cash into electronics, to make it easier for governments to support individuals and micro and small businesses, and for those micro and small businesses to make it easier for them to engage with their customers and their suppliers in times of crisis. You know, we see really everywhere around the world the challenges of small businesses, micro and small businesses, around getting paid, getting credit, and getting digital. And this crisis has underscored the importance of all three to their ability to survive and to thrive under severe stress.
To that, you know, based on some of the early stresses, there were a series of surveys done where in the early months of March, April, and May, more than half the MSMEs in India, in the surveys done, reported drop in their economic activity. In fact, some of them, close to about 15%, said absolutely no activity at all. And yet, by the end of May, when the unlocking had started, more than 60% were sure that they would bounce back. So there is a certain degree of optimism, and perhaps it is linked to self-employment and the fact that resilience in this sector on an aggregate is a much sort of misunderstood. We know it's a fragile, it's a very important, but because of the informality, the nature of the sector, access to credit, which is highly limited, we do think that, of course, the new surveys, will wait to see how many of them eventually survived. And in small business, survival is sometimes as important as profits or success. You know, I'd like to ask you a little bit, Mike, in terms of what role do you think technology in particular can play? And this is not just within of course, the pandemic has laid bare open the digital divides that we have in societies, and MSMEs definitely, particularly the micro segment, are at the receiving end of that. But what roles do you think technology can play in bridging this gap, particularly for the MSME sectors?
Well, the good news is that I think technology can really address some of these historic challenges that the MSME sector has had. But as you alluded to, the risk is that as technology gets introduced, those who have easy access to affordable technology will do well, and those who lack that access will start lagging further and further behind. And it's that digital divide that we have to be very worried about. And so I hope, I mean, this has been a terrible crisis from a health point of view and, of course, an economic point of view, a social point of view, but I hope it's also an opportunity for policymakers and for the private sector to look at it as an opportunity to introduce technology in a way that helps address these problems. You know, you mentioned the sense of resilience that micro and small businesses have. You know, more than 2/3 of small businesses are having trouble getting paid, either from big companies that owe them money, or they have unpaid invoices for more than 60 days. And if they don't have a lot of wherewithal, cash flow is king. And so the ability to get paid easily, on time, in an efficient manner is absolutely critical. You mentioned, and technology can help in that regard, moving payments from cash to electronic payments, using platforms to help connect business to business transactions, as well as the transactions between businesses and their customers. You mentioned the importance of credit. Absolutely right. You know, more than half of all small businesses say they have had difficulty getting access to the credit that they need. And by the way, there's a gender gap here. More than 70% of women-owned businesses have trouble getting access to the credit that they need. Again, in an informal sector, various ad hoc solutions were developed for this. Usually the banking sector in most countries did not do a terribly good job of serving the micro and small enterprise sector. But now technology makes that more possible. It makes it possible to use, for example, data on behavior to create credit ratings. You know, one thing we've been involved in, started something in Africa. We're now taking it to India, to Southeast Asia, and elsewhere, is using the transactions between a micro enterprise and their consumer goods supplier. And what used to be invisible, right, because it was all done in cash, making it visible, digitizing it, and then using that information to help financial institutions assess the credit of those micro enterprises, allow them to draw credit, buy more from their consumer product suppliers, which makes them happy. The micro enterprise is serving its customers better and making more revenue there. And the banks and the financial institutions feel good because they see the data and feel good about the likelihood of repayment. And so just using technology to help bridge that gap on credit is very important. And then finally, of course, the pandemic really underscored that micro and small businesses that had been brick and mortar only beforehand now had to find creative ways of reaching their customers, to go online, become e-commerce players, accept payments accordingly, again, engage with their suppliers and their customers accordingly. And so that ability to go digital has been absolutely critical to help building that resilience. My hope is that coming out of this crisis, I'll paraphrase our incoming president of the United States, that we build back better, and that we're able to have a stronger MSME sector, precisely because we've used this crisis as an opportunity to address these key underlying dynamics with technology.
Tell us, in terms of the transition of the MSMEs to the digital space, do you foresee specific role for the government in that? Because it does seem like a larger public good, or a larger community-wide problem, or an industry-wide even. Is there a role for policy intervention here, or do you think it is best served between the individual firms and their providers of financial services?
You know, having spent about half my adult life in government, not surprisingly, I believe there is always a critical role for government to play. But I think in this case, it's really about creating the policy environment, the enabling environment in which private sector innovation can play a role. There are so many fintech companies, startup companies, very innovative, trying to fill these various gaps and try and serve customers in efficient and innovative ways. The role of the government is to really create that environment that allows that kind of competition for innovation and for service to MSMEs to exist and to thrive.
You know, I mean, that really takes me to the fear, one fear that we have of, which is again being felt across democracies, of this K-shaped recovery, which means the good firms are going to do better and better because they're good at digitizing, they're good at using or leveraging these crises into opportunities because they do have the underlying factors. And at the same time, we have the smaller firms which are less connected and they do have serious problems with cash flow that I think countries are trying to address. One of the policies, Mike, that the central bank announced along with the finance ministry early on was a moratorium. In terms of a 6-month delay that was acceptable for credit, particularly to the MSME sector. What we have seen from the surveys that have been done subsequently is that a large number, more than 50% of the firms actually availed this. So clearly it is having an impact in terms of easing some of the liquidity constraints. But what we have also noticed that in a situation like this, where we are basically trying to move fast and plug the gaps and maintain that, the livelihood protection, a lot of the, the interpretation of the regulation also becomes a key factor, because of which, the credit information companies in the middle, which are meant to gather this information, or the kind that you suggested in terms of, credit bureaus putting together information for credit history and determining credit worthiness and so on and so forth. That link somehow proved far more tenuous. So the credit information companies have been left wanting, have been practically left out of the loop because the firms are directly working with the banks or the NBFCs in many cases in India, or the microfinance institutions. So while the companies, the firms, the lenders seem to be fairly agile, and of course the firms are trying everything to avail the benefits of these policies, a lot of the enabling institutions are really a work in progress for us in India. So sometimes it is not just the digital infrastructure. Aadhaar has made many things possible, but a lot of these new age and enabling institutions have a lot more work to do, a lot more ground to cover. What has been the experience in terms of, let's say, in the US, as far as policies, actual implementation on the ground, as far as MSMEs financing situation is concerned?
Well, it's. I think every country has a great deal of difficulty and challenges with this. As you may have seen in the U.S. During the early stages of COVID, there was a major government program to get assistance to small businesses, but it was very difficult to. And I commend the government for getting a lot of money out the door quite quickly. Of course, some of the money went to businesses that weren't so small. It was hard to get some of the money into the hands of microfinance institutions, community development financial institutions, minority-owned depository institutions, to ensure that the money made its way into communities that might otherwise not be served. And so there's a lot more work to be done in that regard. One thing we have been very focused on around the world, in the US with community development financial institutions, and in other countries with microfinance institutions, is how to help them modernize, how to help them upgrade their technology so that whether it's a crisis or not, they can serve as a conduit and get more loans out into the hands of micro and small businesses as quickly and efficiently as possible. And again, to go back to your earlier question, technology can be a very powerful tool here, creating platforms for syndicating loan applications that may get rejected from one bank, but then it gets syndicated to several microfinance institutions, or making sure that microfinance institutions can take advantage of some of these data analytics to enhance their ability to give credit and to assess the credit of micro enterprises. So there's a lot to be done there. Lessons to be learned in both directions. But I think again, this crisis will really put us all to the test, put all these institutions to the test about how to modernize, how to use technology more effectively to serve that last mile of micro and small enterprises.
Moving a little bit, Mike, again, building on your experience, moving a little bit beyond the financial inclusion space to the wider digitization or access to technology space. There is a great degree of sensitivity in India as far as privacy of a lot of the data is concerned. In fact, we've had the Supreme Court intervene and come out with a set of regulations for the use of Aadhaar, which is the UID, for what purposes. So while it is acceptable for public programs, government programs, there are limitations on how much the market or private business or industry can use Aadhaar to sell products and services. Now, there is hesitance in terms of there is a certain degree of fear as far as technology adoption is concerned, particularly in the financial inclusion space. Anything being done anywhere larger in terms of the micro, the MasterCard functionings? How do we overcome some of this fear of digitization for small borrowers?
Look, I think trust is absolutely critical, and right now there isn't a lot of trust in the digital economy, and it's important to demonstrate that there are multiple ways of building a digital economy. For example, from our perspective, from MasterCard's perspective, our view is the individual owns his or her data, should benefit from his or her data, controls his or her data. Our job is to protect their data. Protected from fraud, protected from cyber intrusion. And we have a very strong view when it comes to things like digital identity, that it's really critical that it be a distributed identity, that data sharing be minimized, that that people can't access the whole treasure trove of biometric data to be used for some other purpose, but that you as the individual have to be able to consent on how your identity is to be defined and how it's going to be used. So there are multiple ways of doing that, and I firmly believe that putting privacy at the center and protecting consumer privacy as a fundamental principle can be done while still allowing for the kind of data environment and open digital economy that promotes innovation. But we need that kind of dialogue between policymakers and the private sector, between private sector and society, because to your point, right now there's a lot of distrust, and not everybody views data in exactly the same way or views identity in exactly the same way. And there are many ways of building a digital economy that can meet those, can create that trust and innovation parameters.
That's, in India, we are still at the, particularly in the regulatory side of the story, it is still very much an evolving space. And I do think we're learning from the early movers, for instance, EU in particular. But what also complicates, I think, or muddies the water a little bit is the fact that while regulation is an evolving space, a lot of our fintechs are headquartered outside for many reasons. Many of them are based out of, let's say, Singapore. We have a considerable amount of Chinese investment into the fintech space, which lends its own sort of angle to the whole regulatory story. Now, this just complicates the situation. And I think this also in the current space, and particularly after what we have seen in the US, particularly the elections, etc. Data privacy, data regulation of the tech space is becoming increasingly an important area for regulation over and beyond just the financial space. There are national security concerns. The debate has really moved way beyond. But in the midst of the pandemic, one thing we have realized is that health data, while there are lots of excellent startups which are coming up with fantastic analytical solutions, helping not just the governments improve delivery and access to affordable care, but also a lot of the private hospitals are accessing the space. Anything in particular that you can think of, Mike, where data in the healthcare system, there are great lessons that we can borrow from the US, for instance?
Well, look, I would say that the health sector really points to the dual nature of this question. On one hand, health information is among the most sensitive forms of information that exists. It's about your individual health. And in the United States, we have actually quite strong regulation about how health information can be shared. On the other hand, the rapid response to the outbreak of COVID and the development of treatments and vaccines to address COVID would not have been possible were it not for the sharing of information across borders. If countries had prohibited the sharing of data in an anonymized and aggregated form among countries, we would never have known how this pandemic was spreading, and the scientific community would have been hampered in its efforts to come up with solutions. And the same thing is true in other areas. I'll use the example of cybersecurity, because as more and more goes digital, and particularly with the advent of 5G, we know the prevalence of data is just going to explode. That means the vulnerability to cyber intrusion is also going to increase. And it's really important to have visibility into the nature of cyber attacks. We at MasterCard, one thing that we're able to do, because we see transactions from all over the world, is to spot patterns of cyber intrusions. And if we see the same kind of tool being used in Ukraine and the Philippines and Nigeria, we can identify it using AI and then work with our banks and merchants and consumers and customers to protect them from it. If you aren't able to see those kinds of patterns, if everything is nationalized or localized, it becomes much more difficult to identify those patterns. And we've saved central banks upwards of $50 billion over the last few years in terms of theft, because we've been able to stop that. So you've got to strike the right balance. And I'm firmly convinced, the Europeans, I think, have actually played a leadership role when it comes to privacy regulation. And much of what they're doing is now being adopted elsewhere. I firmly believe that there are ways of protecting individual privacy while maintaining the benefits of an open digital economy. And just to point to India, if you think about India's economic development, no country has benefited more from the flow of information across borders. The entire development of the Indian tech sector was based on files being sent to India and work being done in India that was then sent to other countries as well. If countries had followed a localization strategy, none of that would have been possible. And so we want to make sure we harvest the benefits of that while protecting those key issues like individual privacy.
Now, from again the vantage point of MasterCard and your experience, while of course we have made tremendous progress as far as digitization efforts in India is concerned, what more do you think? I mean, what are the big existing gaps that still remain in making India digital?
Well, there's been a lot of progress made around the world in the last decade, and there's still a long way to go. We as a company set out a goal 5 years ago of bringing 500 million people into the financial system who were unbanked. And we treated it like any other goal of the company, and we measured it, and every region had goals, every country had programs. We achieved the goal about 9 months ahead of time. And in the midst of COVID, we looked around and said, now more than ever, we need to make sure that the digital economy benefits everyone everywhere, and that we're building an inclusive digital economy. So we raised the goal to 1 billion. We said we're going to bring 50 million micro and small merchants into the digital economy, 25 million women-run businesses into the economy. And we are going after that, just like we go after any other objective. This is, by the way, a global issue. There are unbanked and underserved people in the United States and Western Europe. And of course, there are a lot of unbanked and underserved people in developing and emerging economies as well. One thing we did is, as small businesses were collapsing at the beginning of COVID, we announced a program of $250 million of support for small businesses around the world. About 33 million of that, or 250 crore, is devoted to India. And that's working with groups like the Confederation of All India Traders to help train 300,000 small businesses on digital tools and financial tools. It's about training 100,000 girls in our program called Girls for Tech, making them part of the digital economy, helping that inclusion. It's adding 300,000 farmers to the digital economy by giving them tools to be able to sell their product directly to market more effectively and for better prices, get information about their crops, etc. And so that's just what one company's doing. That needs to be done over and over again by others as well, because as much progress as there has been, and you've mentioned some of the impressive things that India has done, there are still hundreds of millions of people who could benefit from further inclusion in the digital economy in rural India and in urban India.
Right. Also, I think sometimes when the business solutions are being thought through and we think of meeting a specific objective, access to technology, as we have seen in the last 30 years in India, sometimes the outcomes are totally unintended and go way beyond what the initial sort of expectations in very positive ways. And I'd like to tell you a little episode. In late 1990s, lots of rural kiosks were being set up across Uttar Pradesh, our largest state. And the idea was the farmers would discover price, they would know when and where to sell their products, etc. But eventually, I think the data seems to suggest that the most revenue the kiosks were earning were not from people studying data pricing, but they were mostly using them for downloading government job applications. They were using these kiosks for taking digital photographs for marriages. And subsequently, these were, young people who were computer trained and who started their own, from the kiosks, they went on to flourish the business. So I think digitization and access to technology has way more sort of impact on people's lives and businesses and the community as a whole than we anticipate in many cases. Of course, there can also be potential negatives. But also on the gender story, we have seen from subsequent data across India that when girls have access to telephones or smartphones, it really impacts their adolescent health, reproductive health. They tend to study longer, drop out of school lesser. So there are lots of unintended positive consequences as well. But talking about the banking scene, Mike, we tend to often, when we talk about financial inclusion, we limit our conversation to a large extent to banking. But clearly, the pandemic, if anything, has informed us quite starkly that the financial services have to move beyond banking. I think the role for insurance, and particularly in the health space, so the bouquet of financial offerings to the bottom of the pyramid, to small borrowers, has to go beyond simple banking. Have you seen insurance sector in particular getting impacted in the last 1 year across any of the emerging markets? And what do you think is likely to be the case for India?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we think of very basic financial services, being able to get access to your wages, get access to your money, move your money around, pay for things, send money to your family and friends. That's sort of the very basic level. But true financial security requires being able to do not just those kinds of transactions, but to save, to insure, to perhaps prepare for whether it's retirement or for other assistance that you might need in the future. And I think there are a number of insurance participants who have become more and more interested in various parts of the base of the pyramid and serving those parts, whether it's helping farmers with automatic insurance against droughts and floods, whether it's providing health insurance more easily, it's a supplement what's either provided by the government or where things are very much in the informal sector, making sure that people have access to basic healthcare, to developing products that help people save for when they can't work, either because they're sick or for their retirement, and to prepare for that as well. So I think the financial sector more broadly sees that the base of the pyramid is both important to serve as a matter of doing the right thing, but also an important business opportunity. And to me, that's where when the two come together, that's where you really have the potential to see innovation at scale, commercially sustainable social impact. And if you can get companies to make this not just part of their philanthropy or their corporate social responsibility or ESG commitments, but to make it part of their central business strategy, then you really have an opportunity to see that kind of investment sustain itself, to increase, and to scale up.
Right, right. This is well, particularly a good time for insurance. And we have seen again in terms of people signing up beyond health. In fact, we are seeing a lot of the businesses around life insurance as well, and property insurance beginning to kick up. There is one question that I'd like to take from the audience. It says, what are the top 2 recommendations for public sector, the government, to be wary of while pushing digitization agenda, especially when it comes to small businesses? So what are the 2 things you think government should be wary of when we push digitization?
I think this is such a fast moving and evolving area, the evolution of the digital economy. I think it's very important for governments to be wary of picking winners and losers. And instead, they should be focused on creating a level playing field where innovation and competition within regulatory constraints, they certainly have a role in setting the parameters, but within those parameters, allowing there to be true access, market access. I'm an old trade negotiator from my past, making sure there's real capability of there being access to the market and competition so that the customer at the end of the day is best served. I think efforts to pick winners and losers, to prefer one provider over another, that only creates inefficiencies, it stifles innovation. Ultimately, the consumer ends up paying the price in terms of quality of service. And so I think that's, the number one thing to be aware of. The number 2, I would say, is to really think through the issues of identity and security very carefully, because if making sure that there's a system that recognizes that as data proliferates, cybersecurity is paramount, and that designing systems that are less likely to put vast amounts of data, particularly biometric data, at risk, and instead allow distributed systems that are safe, where there's no single honeypot of information that's used just to verify information, where you can minimize the sharing of sensitive information, where you can minimize access to it to those who really need to see it for a particular purpose. I use the example in the United States. To buy alcohol in the United States, you have to show that you're 21 years old, and you hand over your driver's license. And your driver's license has your full name and your address and your birth date, may have other information on there. The person behind the counter doesn't actually need to know any of that. They just need to know, yes or no, are you 21 years old? And you should be able to have a system of ID that allows you to keep all that information private, but can go and verify, yes, no, I am 21 years old. And that minimizing the information and protecting that information as the individual, I think is going to be absolutely key to the development of the digital economy going forward.
Well, that's absolutely, I completely agree. These are the data responsibility principles that I've heard Ajay Banga talk about repeatedly, and one that is also at the forefront of a lot of the public discourse in India, and I would presume in a lot of the other electoral democracies around the world. So that actually brings us to the end of the session, Mike. Thank you very much for your excellent set of comments. And they have reaffirmed a lot of, I think, the thinking in India. But also it tells you that the nature of inclusion, or the constraints to inclusion, are also quite global. And there is a certain universality to the informal sector and small businesses. So there's a lot to learn from other emerging markets, Brazil, South Africa. And thank you very much for your comments. Over to you, Radhika.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I echo Shamika's, sentiments. We couldn't have had a better start to our second day of the conference than this conversation. And as we were anticipating, it was obviously also broad-ranging, and we, right in the morning, you've covered potential of digitization for, of course, small businesses, and importance of financial security, including insurance, importance of a business case to reach scale and sustainability, and obviously the limitation of the potential of philanthropy. So there needs to be a business case and a model around delivery of the services that are required. And finally, of course, data protection and importance of principles of data responsibility. So great coverage and a super start for our second day. Thank you so much, Mike and Shamika, for that wonderful conversation, insightful and engaging. And of course, good night, Michael. Thanks for staying up.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, great start. We will now take a short break and get ourselves set up for the following sessions of the MSME track today. So we'll be back as per schedule at 10 a.m. Till then, stay tuned. You can go to the other halls in the meanwhile and look at what's happening there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
COVID-19 began as a medical emergency, but it didn't stop there. The pandemic has led to the greatest global economic crisis since the Great Depression. And this crisis is magnifying inequality. Early estimates suggest that women are nearly twice as likely to lose their jobs as men. And low-income women are the most at risk, especially those in low-income countries. Think of the garment worker whose factory has shut down because global demand for new clothes has stalled. Or the woman who sells food in an outdoor market and has had to close down her shop because no one is gathering there anymore. Yet local banks don't usually give loans to women, so they often have to turn to friends and family for money if they want to start a business. They usually work 2 jobs, one that pays them and one that doesn't: cooking, cleaning, and caring for their families. Many of these women have struggled for years to put their lives and their families on solid economic ground. But then a virus started spreading around the world, and now those years of hard work and sacrifice are being completely erased. And this is where leaders can and must step in. This year, more than 1 billion people worldwide will receive money from their governments to meet their basic needs amid COVID-19's economic fallout. And these emergency cash transfers are a good way to prevent this pandemic from locking women into poverty. But here's the challenge. Too often, the cash doesn't end up in the women's pockets, all because they are not identified as the head of the household. But we can reach these women, and I want to introduce you to someone who is helping reach them in India.
I think it's time that the world moved from the concept of household income to individual income, and I think that's where the Indian government has done a brilliant job. Where money was directly credited into women's bank accounts, women tend to be more prudent spenders, and they're also cautious with the money. So overall, I think the combination of
the world has changed in ways that were unimaginable a year ago. The challenges facing our society, our economy, and our planet may seem endless, but so are the possibilities. This is a reset moment. At MasterCard, we see a future where people can reach their full potential, where economic growth is inclusive, and where the planet thrives. By applying the full strength of our resources and network, we are working to advance digital inclusion, That means bringing 1 billion people into the digital economy by 2025, including 50 million small businesses, with support for 25 million women entrepreneurs. We believe racial and social equality empower everyone to reach their full potential. To help level the playing field, we're clearing roadblocks for Black business owners to build and grow thriving businesses. Because acceptance matters, we now offer the True Name Card, which allows transgender and gender nonconforming account holders to put their true selves forward. We're also working to build a future where communities flourish and the planet thrives. Together with our partners, we have pledged to plant 100 million trees over 5 years to help address the urgent climate crisis. In our deeply interconnected world, we're at our best when we face challenges together. And that's why we're working to build a stronger, more resilient, more inclusive digital economy that benefits everyone, everywhere.
My name is Elsiwan Horam. I'm 36 years old and I'm running my small shop. My business is much better.
I learned that as a business person, if I want to become a successful person, I'm coachable and determined.
After the financial education, I know the right source to get the money with low interest. Right now I'm struggling hard, but then in 5 years, I'm sure I'm going to build up a big food processing unit.
Taksom bala kaujai ai khurai konjam lekai dagini ai ahambada phak amina sajarami training chatla matung dagidi ai products kauna che makhan saba bag sare button sare fine cover che aina saba dagidi order mina matang tawire.
Before I attend that training, I didn't maintain records for budget, but after that I started maintaining records for monthly. I started writing monthly expenditure and monthly income. I used to keep the records like that.
जिंदगी इन पहाड़ों की जैसी है ना, क्या पता कौन सा मोड़ कहाँ ले जाए। मेरा नाम तनुजा है और मैं सिरपुर गांव की रहने वाली हूँ। पापा डेली लेबर का काम करते थे। घर में मम्मी, दादा दादी और छोटा भाई रहता है। 6 का परिवार और कमाने वाला सिर्फ 1। हर दिन मैं घर के काम करके स्कूल जाती थी और फिर लौट के खुद की पढ़ाई। मुझे ज़िंदगी में कुछ बनना था और फैमिली ने हमेशा मेरा सपोर्ट किया किसी भी हालात में। 12th के बाद मेरी फ्रेंड ने मुझे स्वतंत्र प्रोग्राम के बारे में बताया। पता चला वहाँ मेरे जैसे स्टूडेंट्स की करियर ट्रेनिंग होती है। वहाँ मैंने होटल मैनेजमेंट की ट्रेनिंग ली और मैं यूँ निकल पड़ी, पीछे मुड़ने का नाम ही नहीं लिया। और सिरपुर भी बदल रहा है, लड़कियाँ करियर के बारे में सोचने लगी हैं। आज मैं होटल के फ्रंट ऑफिस का काम करती हूँ, आगे जाके जनरल मैनेजर भी बन जाऊँगी, पक्की बात है। मम्मी पापा ने कभी साथ नहीं छोड़ा और ना ही छोड़ेंगे। अभी तो सिर्फ स्टार्ट किया है, पिक्चर तो पूरी बाकी है।
Situation across Delhi continues to be grim as pollution levels remain sky high. Delhi Heights woke up to another morning of dense smog. However,
winter is my favorite time to visit Delhi. However, in recent years, these months have seen a sharp spike in air pollution. As we're driving around the city, you can actually see the smog. I think everybody realizes that this is becoming a problem and it needs to be addressed. But change is happening in India. How we tackle environmental issues is taking center stage. To find out more, I'm meeting Tarun Balram, who is heading the Sustainable Finance Priorities for HSBC India.
So the government has made strong commitments to reduce carbon emissions. 40% of the installed capacity by 2030 will come from non-fossil fuel-based energy sources. So our priorities are to be a leading bank in the sustainable finance space, integrating climate risk into the way we work. For a bank like ours, which has a full service platform in India and can cater to the needs of a client in the sector across the spectrum, it's a great opportunity.
I'm here to visit a client that is part of that change.
Energy is extremely important for success of India's transition from emerging market to a developed market. Now, when you look at the different sources India has available, it's by definition solar is the most promising because it's available everywhere and you don't have to pay anyone for using sunshine.
We are on the rooftop in the middle of Delhi, which is one of Azure's rooftop solar capacity installation. This is one of their smallest installations with a capacity of about 1.6 megawatts, which can power about 400 to 500 homes. So we issued Azure's first green bond in 2017 of $500 million. What the green bond did was allowing them access to capital, which could help them grow their portfolio. So HSBC has primarily given a lot of these renewable companies access to a large pool of international investors who want to invest in projects which make a difference to the community at a cost which makes sense to the company and as well as returns which make sense to the investors.
We're a 10-year-old company and today we are a portfolio of 3,000 megawatts. We think we can do 10,000 in 20 years. Ultimately, we want to make sure that we are providing clean, low-cost energy for Indian consumers and helping the government meet its objectives on socially inclusive growth through clean energy.
It is inspiring to see change in action. Companies like Azure prove that clean power is possible, and it makes me proud that HSBC is part of it.
आप लोग जब भी रिक्शा चलाओ तो 3 बातों का ध्यान रखना चाहिए। पहली बात रेस, दूसरी बात ब्रेक और तीसरी बात ट्रैफिक नियम। मना ही किया था घर में, परिवार वालों ने तो मना किया था कि ये तो ना आदमियों का काम है, तो आदमी करते हैं रिक्शा चलाने का काम।
शुरू से मेरे को डाउट था कि बाहर कैसे निकल पाएगी, जो साइकिल ही नहीं चला पाती वो बाहर ये रिक्शा कैसे चलाएगी।
फिर मैं तो ना मैंने कहा कि नहीं अब तो मैं करूँगी, मेरे को अच्छा लगा ये काम, तो मैं ना हर जगह से दूसरे देशों से हम लोग आते हैं हमारे यहाँ देखने, तो हमको जयपुर की चीज़ें दिखाते हैं उनको, और उनसे बात करना अच्छा लगता है, उन्हें अच्छा लगता है। और एक महिला रिक्शा चला रही है।
Welcome everyone once again to this second session of Day 2 of Inclusive Finance India Summit. Thanks for joining us for this session where we have come together to for a virtual release of a new report that Access has put together with support from and in partnership with Equifax, the State of Micro Enterprise Financing Report. I would like to welcome and introduce a set of expert and esteemed speakers for this panel. Mr. Harsh Srivastava, a sector expert, and I think everyone is familiar with him. Mr. K.M. Nanaya, Managing Director and India Country Leader for Equifax, and Mr. N.K. Mani, former DMD SIDBI, and I'm sure everyone who is in this room interested in MSME financing, then they are very, very familiar with Mr. Mani. So welcome and good morning to you all.
Good morning.
I'll briefly just introduce the motivation behind thinking, conceptualizing, and bringing this report out. As I mentioned, we've kind of conceptualized and brought together this report in partnership with Equifax. I mean, again, everyone who is listening to this conversation, who's interested in this track on micro enterprise financing, are all well aware of the challenges that this micro enterprise segment faces in growing. And one of the key constraints that has been cited is apart from, of course, capacity constraints, technical know-how, market linkages, and so on, access to affordable, formal financing is constraint that particularly the financial sector participants and the inclusive finance sector participants are interested in. Also with this recent revision in the definition and classification of MSME, those of us, Access and several others who are focused on the micro segment are probably a little worried of how this impacts the really small micro enterprises. So this, I think, the motivation behind this report is to look at the missing middle that we have been talking about for several years now. So the microfinance industry caters to borrowers that take loans from for up to 50,000 rupees, and some individual loans also up to rupees 1 lakh. But the segment of rupees 1 lakh to 5 and then also up to 20 lakhs is the segment that we thought there isn't enough documentation on. And then we approached the Equifax team to see if there is a possibility to get some insights, data on this segment so that we can start looking at some trends on how the loans in this segment are behaving, and how are which financial institutions are lending to what kind of segments within the enterprises in this missing middle segment. So therefore, we are releasing this report today. I should mention to everyone that this report is already available in the Summit Resource Center as part of this virtual platform. And I think we've put up the wrong report. I'm sorry. I'll request the tech team to put the right one. This is, of course, the Inclusive Finance India report that we released at the inaugural yesterday. Meanwhile, as I said, we wanted to bring this out, and this is the beginning, because we imagine and we hope that this partnership that we have with Equifax, we will make this hopefully an annual edition, and we will therefore then be able to actually generate a trend and be able to do a more nuanced analysis based on year-on-year data going forward. Also, since the data in this report is up till March 2020, most of the data, the impact of the pandemic probably is not visible, and that also will become evident when we hopefully bring this report out in 2021 again using March 21 data. I must put on record our deep appreciation and gratitude to Mr. K.M. Nanaya for agreeing to our request for this partnership, and to his wonderful team for providing the data that is the core basis of this report. Also, I would like to mention a big thanks to Harsh Srivastava, who very enthusiastically agreed to our request to help with bringing this together, and has done so wonderfully. He has coordinated a lot with the Equifax team and helped us bring this report together. He will present the key findings of this report so the audience can benefit from the observations, in addition to, of course, reading it at leisure. So, limitations of a virtual release that we would otherwise have had liked to be on stage in person, unwrapping the book and doing a photo op, but we'll have to be content with this. So moving on, I would now request Mr. Harsh Srivastava to share with us the key findings of this report and let us know the current state of micro enterprise financing in the segment of 1 lakh to 20 lakh based on Equifax's data. Over to you.
Thank you, Radhika. Appreciate all of you and Mr. Nanaya. I will just start sharing my screen, and then we will, I will talk about the report so that you can, of course, you can read the report, but let me start sharing this screen. Just a moment, please. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this is a unique report that is being prepared for the first time. We've all talked about the challenges that small businesses face in India, but we never had the data about what they are and what do they do and how do they borrow, and most importantly, how do they repay? Because that is also a critical part of inclusive finance. So I've prepared this report, really working very hard with the team of Access and as well as Equifax, and we've put together something which is for the first time in India, I think, that we have this kind of data. And I'd like to share some of the highlights. This is, as I said, a snapshot of March 31st, as Radhika was saying. Subsequent years, we will have a trend. But this report talks briefly about where we are as of this date. So who are micro entrepreneurs? Many of you know that there are, by government definition, there is something called MSME, micro, small and medium entrepreneurs. There's a whole ministry about it. Last year, there was a committee that I was part of, and we had recommended changes in the definition of MSME. So now it is entirely, and the government has accepted those definition changes. It said that turnover is the criteria. Micro entrepreneurs are those who have a turnover of less than 5 crores. And the way this report is based is that it is identified by two streams of data from Equifax. One which are commercial loans, explicitly written in the loan what it is for, and the second is retail loans, which are for business purposes. Retail loans are taken by individuals, but are for, when they take the loan, their purpose is for business. Because there are many, and commercial loans are for by entities, whether a partnership, whether a company, whether a Hindu undivided family, or even a sole proprietorship, but taken in the per entity's name, not the individual's name. This report doesn't cover microfinance loans, or it doesn't cover loans for durables, because that is not in this category. So there are two broad streams of data that cover this: commercial loans and retail business loans. And across both categories, micro entrepreneurs had taken 4.7 crores low number of loans, and with an amount of 16.3 lakh crore loans as outstanding on March 31st. And this is the principal outstanding. The reason we picked 20 lakh as the upper limit is that we felt that anyone who is a micro entrepreneur with a loan of, with a business size up to 5 crores has probably taken a loan of up to 20 lakhs for his business or her business. And therefore we fixed the number of 20 lakh as the from which all our data will be. We could have picked a larger number, but our best guess is that anyone who has a business of 2 or 3 or 4 crores will have taken a loan of 10, 15, 20 lakhs. And this is the snapshot that we have. So as you can see, this is a very large number of total loans given by different types of institutions for business purposes. And this is where we stand. And move to the next slide. This is what I believe is that there is a missing middle, which we've all talked about. And these are the smallest category of loans which are less than 5 lakh. And that is really, of course, 74% of total number of loans. But in my opinion, it is the next category of loans, which in the context of micro entrepreneurs, which are loans from 50,000, 1 lakh, 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakh, and 20 lakh, are the really where we should be focusing on. That is in the loan range of 5 to 10 lakhs, and this is only 12% of the loans. And my estimate is that this middle category among the micro entrepreneur category probably has business size of 50 lakh to 1.5 crores. That's why they've taken loans of 5 lakh to 10 lakh. And this is where we need the most policy support, because this is the middle or the missing middle who are resilient. If you have a business of 60 lakh, 70 lakh, 1 crore, you've already probably paying GST, you're hiring some staff. It's not just you, it's probably 3 or 4 other persons. So if we focus on this missing middle of businesses in the range whose turnovers are between 50 lakh to 1.5 crores and have taken loans as a proxy from 5 to 10 lakh, that is where government and other support should be taken, because this is where we know very little about. Someone who's taken a loan of 2 lakhs and 3 lakhs or 50,000, maybe a retail business individual. There is he is running a small business, he's doing something. But the next category is where we should focus on. And this is where the data tells us that it's only 12% of all loans. Now, who lends? This is a very interesting data that came out from the report, that the PSU banks are the biggest lenders, which is fairly obvious because they have the largest branch network. And they have lent 69% of the loans, number of loans, and 62% of the loans by value. The private banks are second with the total number of loans that, remember I talked about 4.7 crores worth of loans in an earlier slide, that private banks have 13.6%, but by value their loans are 19%. So their average ticket size is highest. Then there are NBFCs, and NBFCs reach out to many individuals. They have an interest reach. There is a very interesting category that we know very little about, are regional rural banks, and they are at 4.7%, but their average ticket size is very small. And there are other institutions are which are in different categories, are only by volume very few, but by value large. What was to me very surprising was that small finance banks, whose job is to be lending entirely to small businesses are only 1% by volume and 0.6% by value. They are in the commercial loan category. They are not separately counted as of now. They're lumped together in the other institutions group. Going forward, I think they will be counted separately. So there may be more data about their commercial loans. As of now, the small finance banks are only the retail business loans. But this sort of shows the spread of lenders and the how public sector banks are, of course, the biggest, and there are other institutions. So to me, the surprise were two parts. One was that the data showed that RRBs, which we didn't know enough about, but they obviously have a reach, and small finance banks, who I hope in future will have an increasingly larger share, not just by volume, but also by value. And their commercial loans will also be separately counted and tracked. And that allows more data about how these small finance banks are doing. What do the borrowers do? What are their category? So this is a very interesting breakup also, which is across agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And I'm using only commercial loans because that is where I could get the breakup of. We will also later on get the breakup of retail business loans. And as I said, commercial loans are 79% by volume and 88% by value. So in that, the share of agriculture is only 4% by value and 9% by volume. Services are much bigger, 85% by the number of loans and 72% by value of loan. Manufacturing is very high average ticket size, which makes sense because in manufacturing, you have to be investing in equipment. And that is why you take an average loan is much larger. And agriculture's share is, as GDP data that I'm giving also. So what, from a policy point of view, it seems to me that disproportionately fewer businesses are there in agriculture, micro entrepreneurs who are starting businesses. And that is something that is one of the points that this data has shown up. Services is probably, of course, the easiest to start a business in urban areas or in semi-urban areas. And we'll come to that as well as a breakup of where these loans are. Manufacturing, I guess, at 24% of the value of loans is close to the contribution of manufacturing to GDP. But where it is less, where it could be more, if there was enough support and enough training, enough capacity building, enough market linkages that Radhika talked about increasing the size of agricultural businesses for micro entrepreneurs. And services will, of course, be so large, and going forward also, of course, it will remain its largest share. So this is what was a surprise from the data, especially when you compare it to our GDP contribution. And then where do they stay? This is also, and in this, again, I'm sort of combining both the commercial loans and the retail business loans. That to me, the surprise really was that semi-urban areas, however, they're defined, have 36% of the number of loans, although the average size is, smaller. And there again, of course, micro entrepreneurs or in cities, in urban areas, are taking bigger loans at 5 lakh on average. And in this, I guess, almost all the manufacturing loans would be in urban areas or in semi-urban areas, which is why it is pushed up. But again, we can see that rural sector has smaller businesses and fewer loans, but the number in terms of number of loans is not too bad. 22% are in rural areas, 36% in semi-urban areas. So again, the sort of policy focus, if India needs to promote prosperity and spread its prosperity, is look at semi-urban areas where there's already a large number of businesses. That's why we have 36% of all loans there. What more can be done to create more conditions for micro entrepreneurs to start and to grow their businesses in semi-urban and, of course, in rural areas? So this is another useful nugget that this report has based on the data that Equifax has put out. And it brings us to many, many such policy recommendations that all of you who are in the audience can look at, and even Access can work on later on. So this is, if you read the report, the best and most interesting use is the categorization of who are the borrowers across states, across both commercial loans and retail business loans. We have detailed data state by state. And to me, surprisingly, Andhra Pradesh, which is relatively a smaller state, had very large number of people who had started businesses. Maharashtra, of course, was first, and Andhra Pradesh is ahead of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. And very interestingly to me, West Bengal had more people taking loans than Gujarat. And in commercial loans, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, and Delhi, have sort of large average size of loans in each of these states is very high. And possibly in Dadra and Nagar Haveli, which is a very small state, it could be because there are many manufacturing units located there. And Delhi being a very prosperous state with a high per capita income and with many manufacturing units across all the many industrial estates, has a very large ticket size of loans. And what is, of course, expected but still very dismal is that northeastern states have very low average ticket size of loans. And if you count the retail business loans, is that Chandigarh has the highest average ticket size of retail business loans, and Assam has the lowest. And that was also surprising, among big states. Of course, there are, later on you will see in the data that Assam has many loan accounts. That is, many people are taking loans, or maybe one person is taking multiple loans. The average size is very small. And Chandigarh seems to be a hub of entrepreneurial activity because individuals, that is retail, are taking loans, larger size loans for businesses. Now, of course, Chandigarh is a very small place, but what would be interesting to see is what did Chandigarh do right? What kind of policy and infrastructure inputs that Chandigarh did that can be replicated in other cities, and in the other large cities, who can therefore ensure that if you were to do a city by city track of loans, this data is only state by state. You could probably see that other cities of the size of Chandigarh, other tier 2 metros, as they say, also were able to take so many large number of retail business loans. You must really, I urge all the readers to go through the state by state data that is available, that I put out from the report, and look at it, because that shows a fascinating part that has never been done before. I don't think any other report looking at micro entrepreneur financing has got the state by state level data, and it shows where we are, and each state can take its own, and I'm sure there can be state level conclaves and state level workshops organized by not just Access but by others to understand what is happening in each state. And then I did an interesting essay. I tried to compare the average loan size to the state per capita income. And there I got a very fascinating and unexpected figure that Uttar Pradesh, compared to its per capita income, is taking far larger average loan size, because you would like to think that richer states will take bigger loans and poorer states will take smaller loans, the average size of loan. But Uttar Pradesh is taking, so there's something that, Uttar Pradesh is taking that it's taken. Even Bihar is, taking, is second in the commercial and first in retail. So there must be something in Bihar that is allowing, the average micro entrepreneur in Bihar compared to the average per capita income of Bihar, which is among the lowest in the country, to take a fairly large loan, and for lenders to be confident about lending in UP and in Bihar. And of course, that is also reflected in microfinance data, where Bihar is doing very well. Goa and Sikkim, which are the most prosperous states, seem to have very few loans on an average. That if you take their per capita income, which is among the highest in the country, their average loan is very less. And therefore, it probably means that they don't have much of a entrepreneur culture, that people are scared to take loans at small businesses. They're not growing into large. And therefore, I believe that these two states could do much more. Karnataka, I think, has a lower ratio of loans, the average size of loan to the per capita income. And again, that answer is that Karnataka could do more. But as expected, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and even Delhi, their average loan size is broadly around 2.5 times the size of their per capita income, which probably is a good benchmark to say that if in a state if your average loan size is 2.5 times your average per capita, you're probably as per the national average. And therefore, as I said, UP and Bihar are astoundingly larger businesses. And the northeastern states, as I said, sadly, not only have low per capita income, their ratios of average loan size to their per capita income is also very low, which again to me is a little sad and shows that despite all the effort being done to support the Northeast, the culture of entrepreneurship and the culture of starting a business and growing a business and taking a risk, which is all entrepreneurship is all about, is much more could be done there. Then we come to the last, the most important part, which is the repayment. It's all easy to give a loan, but how do you collect it back? And thanks to this being a credit information company, Equifax, they have very detailed data. Loans overdue by 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 180 days, and even higher. And you can track this in extremely detail. But for the purpose of this report, I've picked 180 days. That all loans which are 180 days past due in their repayment, or as we say, portfolio at risk in the microfinance world. And across commercial plus retail business loans in India, 6.7% of the total number of loans were overdue by 180 days. And this is probably not a very good figure, especially when you compare with microfinance, where the loans are much smaller, but the overdue rates are also much less. And if you take by value, it is 5.8%. So there's not much difference by volume and by value. And therefore, in one sense, these loans are really risky. If 6% or 6.5% of loans are overdue by 180 days, and 180 days is a very good marker because at that time you start provisioning, and anyone who's overdue by that is fairly unlikely to pay it back. Up to 30 days and 60 days, there may be temporary liquidity shocks or natural disasters. And again, the smallest loans have the highest number of defaults at 8.6%, whereas the biggest loans are only 3%. So that's also a question about, if you have a larger loan, then probably you have more at stake as a business, and you have more capability, and you're more resilient. Therefore, your default rates are less. But a small size loan, the really small one, up to 3 lakhs, is much higher. And again, if you compare 3 lakhs to 36,000, it is a little surprising that the default rate is so high in the smallest size loans. And this, the ratio of this, in the report, when you read, you will not only see the national averages, but you will also see the state-by-state default rates, which is again, I think, an unprecedented first for any report to look at how was businesses in each state, not only the loans that they're taking and the size of the loan compared to the per capita income, but also their default rate. And in all of this, of course, I've stayed with 180 days. So this challenge of repayment is something that I think is a big challenge we need to be looking at. Then I will come to who are the best in collections. And surprisingly, it was NBFCs. And the NBFCs, and here I'm only staying with commercial loans, their average loan which is defaulted, which is overdue by 180 days, is only 53% of their average loan size. But public sector banks, their average default rate is more than the average size of private banks or NBFCs. But RRBs are really in a bad shape because 13% by number and 14.5% by value of the loans are overdue. So I think their credit culture is really bad, and it may require a major rethink of why we need RRBs. To me, surprisingly, that SFBs, who are very new and who should know their borrowers, have 10% of their number of retail business loans, and these are only retail, are overdue. But their average overdue loan is very small at 51%. So if you look across the country, in urban areas, it's 6% overdue, and semi-urban is 7.7. But and therefore in rural areas, it is, of course, a large number of loans are due. But it's surprisingly that in rural areas, the value of loans as a percentage of the loan outstanding is very low, which somewhere brings back to the correlation in microfinance, that the microfinance borrower is more willing to repay back. And in even rural areas, while the number of loans are overdue, but those who can are paying it back. And as I said, you look at the stress levels of loans. It's the northeastern states that have the much higher defaults. And in particular, Assam was the most shocking for me because 18% of individual business loans are overdue. And in Arunachal, which is much smaller, it is 19%. So really the northeastern states need to promote the culture of repaying loans. Otherwise, there will be political pressure. Assam has just introduced a microfinance bill and that will boil over. And in Maharashtra also, I was surprised to see that 13.5% of their commercial loans were total loans were outstanding, and the average outstanding is also so high. It's 2.5 times the size of the average loan. So that is a surprising fact that I got from this data, that Assam in particular, and I would like to highlight that apparently you take loans in Assam, you don't bother to repay it back with 18% of loans. And in Maharashtra, which is otherwise a fairly large, it is the commercial hub of the country, such loans are outstanding. So what is it about Maharashtra that is causing such distress to borrowers? So this is the sort of conclusion that I would take, and which repeats the points that Radhika said, that this is the first of a series and it will document. This is based on 31st March data. Next year's report will have more. And we need to do much more for policy. State governments and Niti Aayog, RBI, others need to start understanding how micro entrepreneurs are doing state by state, not just at national level, their borrowings and repayment. And we need more support. We need NESL as a system of authenticating loans. We need more accurate reporting. It's not Equifax's fault because Equifax is a collector of data, but there was a lot of other unknown category. There was not enough accurate. And we need to see how the entry of more SFBs and NBFCs will make it easier to lend and to know how much to lend. So this is the conclusion of this first year's report. Thank you very much. And I will now go back and stop sharing my screen, and we can go back to the. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harsh. Firstly, for putting this report together, and also for joining us today for sharing the highlights of and the key findings of this report. And as you said, there are quite a few nuances that in the limitation of data for a particular year. I think you've put together quite a few cuts and details. So thanks for that. And moving on to Mr. Nanaya, I'd like to invite Mr. Nanaya now to share his perspectives with the audience, please.
Thank you, Radhika. I hope by the time we get the presentation up. Good morning, everyone, and respected members of the speaking panel, Shri Srivastava and Shri Mainiji. And we are very, very delighted to partner with Access to bring this report on state of micro enterprise financing 2020. As Radhika and Harsh mentioned, the data is as on March 2020, and obviously a lot of things have happened, post March 2020 in terms of the way the markets have moved due to COVID impact and due to the lockdown. So I'll cover a little bit about how the direction has been on the micro enterprise point of view from a loan disbursal standpoint post the March 2020. So just to give you all a flavor as to what the trends are. So moving on to the next slide, this is broadly what I propose to cover in the next about 10 minutes or so, in terms of giving a little bit of flavor on how the loan disbursement trends has been vis-a-vis of the GDP, and what the business loan trends are and the commercial loan trends are. And as Harsh mentioned, the definitions of business and commercial stays inconsistent with the report that has been brought out in partnership with Access. We have looked at sub 20 lakhs as a loan amount, and the business loan is the loan accounts which are reported under the retail category, and the commercial loans are the loan accounts which are reported under the commercial category. So which means micro enterprises, SMEs who borrow, and then that gets reported into commercial bureau. This is more from a bureau parlance standpoint. The business loans are borrowed by individuals but used for the business purposes gets reported onto the retail. So we've tried to bring about both to give a broader perspective of the micro enterprises and the micro loans, which is, I think, is very, very critical for the growth of economy and for a quicker recovery. I think there has been a lot of physical stimulus programs by Government of India to enable access to credit for micro enterprises in the country, and then some of the impacts of that you will see in the subsequent slides as to how did that impact the disbursements in the country as we look through a little bit more data. And also, what does this all data speak in terms of what has changed, what's changing, and want to leave you all with a little bit of a perspective in terms of how does the future look? It's just from a very near-term standpoint, what has changed and what does the future look more from a lending perspective, more from a decisioning perspective, more from a technology perspective? How does it all look? Is what I'd like to cover a little bit in brief at the end of this presentation. So moving to the next slide, this is a bit of comparison with the GDP. So as all of you know, the GDP was on a growth path till the Q4 2020, that is ending March 2020. And come April, the pandemic hit, the lockdown came into play. And as all of you are aware, the GDP took an impact and it came down significantly. As you see on the graph on the left side, the dotted line is the line when the COVID impact and the lockdown started to hit the economy and the country and the world around, and that's where you see the GDP kind of declining. And I think the June end was the stoppage of the decline, right? If you see the graph, the June is where I think it starts to recover back, and you can see the graph moving up in the last quarter, with this July, August, and September quarter, the GDP is recovering. Now, if you look at the GDP in comparison to the business loan disbursals in the country, as the GDP, took a hit, the loan disbursements very naturally came down. Now, just a pointer here, even pre-COVID, there was a little bit of a weakness on the business loan disbursement. If you see the numbers between December 19 and March 20, you see the line is little declining on the right graph, and obviously it declined at a much faster pace in the April, May, June quarter, and kind of starting to stabilize down June 2020 till September 2020. So the data that we have in this presentation is also still September 2020 as compared to the report which ended in March 2020. So just to put this in perspective, while GDP looks like a V-shaped recovery, it's kind of pulling back, but the disbursements aren't pulling back in the same lines as the GDP growth. So that's a little bit of an imbalance that we see. But as you see the subsequent slide, there's a little bit more color as to what exactly is recovering in line with GDP, what exactly is not recovering in line with GDP. So this is broadly how the disbursement looked like. So the good news here is that the downfall in the disbursement has stopped, but however, it has not recovered to the extent that GDP has recovered. So I think it's very important for this recovery. The credit offtake is very, very important for the recovery of economy. I think the bank credit is a very good indicator, and very, very critical for economic recovery, as all of you heard, as all of you read in many different articles. That's very, very critical. Moving to the next slide, so next slide is about a little bit more detail in terms of how does the GDP versus the business loan disbursement look like. These are percentages of a growth or a degrowth. So as you see, September 19, obviously GDP was on a positive territory, was on a growth territory. March 20, GDP was on a positive territory. Whereas you see the red bar, which is showing downward. So even before the pandemic, the disbursement on the business loan side to the individuals for the purposes of business was showing a little bit of weakness. And obviously post March, in June 20, the GDP also, there is a degrowth in GDP. And you see the red bar, the disbursement also fell substantially. Now, come September, the GDP is recovering. So GDP is, this is a percentage improvement. What I must qualify here is the growth in GDP bar, the blue is in reference to the, the reduction or the degrowth that has happened. From a degrowth standpoint, it has grown further up. So this is a percentage comparison, not exactly a unit comparison. So you need to look at this graph from that point of view. But I think more importantly, to look at the drop in the disbursement has kind of been arrested. So the drop is lesser as an end of September, while GDP is recovering. So I think the trends are starting to change with the economic recovery, with the GDP recovery. The disbursements are also starting to improve as we look at this chart very, 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 very carefully. So moving to the next slide on business loan trends, a little bit more cuts in terms of how the business loan trends look like. This is, as I said in the beginning, while the overall loan amount, that is a red line here. If you see the inflection point where GDP kind of started to recover, which is the June 2020, the red line indicates the value of disbursement. The blue line indicates the volume of disbursement, number of loans that has been approved. So it's a very interesting fact here, right? So while the value has kind of flattened out, did not really recover, but the number of loans that are disbursed have increased, have shown recovery. The good news, or the positive news to take away here is the loans to the micro segment has improved, and it's in line with the economic recovery. It's in line with the GDP recovery. You see the graphs of the GDP and the loan accounts, the blue line, are fairly similar. So, which was broadly, the significant interventions happened by Government of India in terms of emergency credit line guarantee schemes and various other schemes, which is truly showing the impact in the number of small ticket loans that has been given to MSMEs and micro enterprises, which is very, very critical. I think getting the micro enterprises back at work, back to business, I think was the intent, and it's very, very clearly visible from this graph. So moving to the next slide. This is, again, I wouldn't spend much time. This is a little bit more deep dive. I think Harsh talked about the distribution of loan between rural, semi-urban, and urban. And I think Harsh really, identified the semi-urban as the bigger portion of the loan disbursement. I think it's very, if you think of it, I think it's fairly natural because the cost of establishing a micro enterprises outside the large cities is comparatively cheaper than doing it in the large cities. And what it also helps is it gives them access to market, right? So being just outside the urban cities, which is semi-urban cities, gives them access to the urban cities, the markets, which are very, very important for micro enterprises. So as you see, the top left quadrant graph, this is about the loan accounts, number of loans that are being given out in rural, semi-urban, and urban. Again, V-shaped in rural, V-shaped in semi-urban. Urban looks a little flattish. So urban, disbursements have not been as good as the semi-urban and rural from a recovery standpoint. The story remains the same if you look at the top right graph in terms of the disbursements. So the disbursements, from a value standpoint, hasn't recovered significantly. Well, maybe the decline in the line is a little bit more flatter. So it shows that, the decline in disbursement from a value point of view is kind of arrested and starting to look better as we move towards September. And, as we start to look at October, November, December figure, I would tend to believe that the values also will start to show an improvement. The bottom left quadrant is a very interesting trend. Again, all this data speaks to each other. That's the beauty of the data. That's the beauty of bureaus like us and in Equifax. When we look at the data, how data speaks in alignment, right? So if you look at the the chart on the left side, we've specifically looked at 0 to 3 lakh loan disbursements. While overall evaluation, the analysis was 20 lakhs, we looked at 0 to 3 lakhs. The 0 to 3 lakhs as a part of the total disbursement in September or in December was about 70% of the total disbursement on the under 20 lakh bucket. Fast forward September, it's 90% of the total disbursement that have happened sub 20 lakhs. So again, reinforces the point that small ticket loans, MSME enterprise loans are seeing a good recovery, are seeing a greater focus, and obviously the fiscal stimulus announced by Government of India is starting to show results and translating into results from a disbursement standpoint as well. So which is a very, very positive sign for MSME. So the sub 3 lakhs is a 95% of the total disbursement. Moving quickly to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about commercial loans. I'm not going to talk in great detail because very, very similar trends as you see. The blue line is number of accounts, the red line is the sanction amount. The blue line shows recovery back completely, V-shape, whereas the red line with sanction amounts, the downfall is reduced, but the recovery is not as V as the number of accounts. Again, goes back to say that even on the commercial side of it, the small ticket loans are increasing, whereas the large ticket loans are a little flatter. That's why the total sanction amount is kind of remaining where it is. But the overall sanction amount, I think, looks fairly stronger as an end of June. I think that's positive. But I think critically, it is important to see as to how this is impacting the micro enterprises, which is the topic of the report that Access has brought out, and we're very delighted to partner with Access in bringing out this report. And as Radhika mentioned in the beginning, we're looking forward to continuing on this report year on year, so that we can build a lot more trends and analysis, and which could be of very great help for practitioners and regulators, and also to the credit institution, lending institution like banks and NBFCs. Moving to the next slide, again, very quick snapshot. This is a differentiation between micro and SMEs. This is MSME versus SME. Again, very interesting fact. If you look at the number of loans given to micro enterprises, is the blue line on the left chart. So the blue line shows a V recovery. The red line shows a stoppage of recovery, but a flat line. So which means, again, reinforces the point micro enterprises are getting loans. Micro enterprise loan is looking better, which is same on the right side as well, which is the amount comparison, which again shows a little bit of a good recovery for micro enterprises, which is the blue line. So again, every data point is reinforcing the point that the small ticket micro enterprise loans are showing the recovery. So moving to next slide quickly, in terms of what is the data speak, I think I covered in great detail. Along with the V-shaped recovery that is being observed on the GDP, the number of loan dispersed for micro enterprises are showing a similar trend. The business loan sanction, has recovered along with GDP, but sanction value has failed to keep pace with it. And post-lockdown, I think MSME loans are, the small ticket loans are on a raise. But there's a decline in the average sanction amount though. But I think it's a good recovery, a fairly good stimulus, fairly a good enabler for micro enterprises to revise and bounce back very, very quickly. I'll spend a minute on what does the future holds in the next slide. With that, I'll hand it over to Radhika and to keynote address by Mr. Maini. Moving to the next slide, what's changing? Shift to digital. While digital was being talked about pre-pandemic, it's truly turning out to be, is it truly digital or not digital? So every lending institution in the country is looking at transforming their processes to truly digital end-to-end, straight through digital processes, right? So every stage of KYC, identification, verification, assessment, underwriting, all of that in completely digital form. And we play a significant role as a bureau. We've launched during this period a platform which enables lending institution to connect to the platform, do the entire end-to-end digital journey, and get a decision out. So you really don't have to build a digital backbone to do a digital lending. So we have a backbone which is readily cloud hosted, which can be utilized for these purposes. So I've lost the presentation, but I will talk about another 1 or 2 minutes in terms of changing consumer behavior. Radhika, can you hear me?
Yeah, they're I think putting it back on. Sorry.
That's no worries. I'm on the home run. I'll close it. Changing consumer behavior. The changing consumer behavior has changed. I think at least in the near term, what we see is borrow for essentials that are required, borrow for what is required from a immediate needs standpoint. That's a changing consumer behavior. another point is about the credit decisioning. The whole credit decisioning process, I think, is taking a fresh look at it. When I say fresh look at it, is not only the current data of the borrower, but the historical data of the borrower, the 360-degree view of the borrower. I think these are critical elements of the credit decisioning. And we, as an organization, we launched a score, which is a risk score, which takes into 7 years past data to build that longer term view to enable credit institutions, the banks and lending institutions, to make more informed decisions based on historical data of the borrower, and also plus provide a 360-degree view of the borrower, right? With the coming of account aggregator, some of these are becoming a reality in terms of being able to bring both asset and liability information together to provide a 360-degree view of the borrower. So we as a bureau, we play an enabling role from a technology perspective, from a data perspective, from an analytics perspective, to enable access to credit. And the lending outlook, I think, rural and semi-urban looks pretty strong, and urban, we're hoping that this quarter, I think it will start to see good recovery. And there is a correlation seen between the COVID cases and the loan disbursement. The higher the COVID cases, I think the lower loan disbursement is what we observe. But a little bit early days, because lots of things are changing, but we are watching this very, very carefully. And with that, I'd like to thank Axis for this opportunity, and I'd like to thank Harsh for bringing together the report. I'm sure as much as we all have put in an effort, you all will enjoy reading it, and you will find it extremely useful from the insights that has been brought out by Harsh in this report. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Nanaya, for, of course, once again, for sharing the data for this report. But of course, your presentation, since that used more recent data, and in the context of pandemic, obviously, the insights are highly relevant. And from what you just shared, I think everybody will be encouraged from that data to see the improvement in loans post, between June and September. And then, of course, going forward, we will hope that trend actually holds up. So this is the kind of data actually will be very useful that we will probably be able to share in the next edition of this report. Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. And I would now request Mr. Meni to deliver the keynote address for this session, please.
Thanks, Radhika, and good morning. My special thanks to the organizers for inviting me to deliver this keynote address. Firstly, my congratulations to Access and Equifax on this very pioneering first-time report on the micro enterprises, which has brought out a lot of interesting insights on the behavior of the micro enterprises, particularly in this pandemic period. And, very nostalgically, I'm recalling that the term missing middle was actually coined by SIDBI about 1.5 decades back. And at that time, when we were dealing with some multilateral institutions, we had defined missing middle as loans beyond the microfinance limit, which was, I think, 50,000 up to 10 lakh rupees. That is how we defined it. And today also, the definition stands, with perhaps the limit being raised to 20 lakhs, which is inflation linked in any case. My address may at points go slightly beyond micro enterprises, and I would be talking about MSMEs also at certain points, perhaps. Let me start with the overall scenario of the micro and small enterprises sector. The MSME sector obviously is the key to the growth of the Indian economy. About 70 million MSMEs contribute to 1/3 of the country's GDP and 45% of the manufacturing output. These enterprises also provide employment to well over 11 crore Indians, besides substantial contribution to the exports of the country. The sector obviously is seeing currently seeing a huge credit gap, which it always does, as elsewhere in the world also. nowhere in the world has, I think, anyone addressed the conundrum of financing MSMEs absolutely thoroughly. And we are also, like the rest of the world, continuously trying to address that issue. According to a recent BizFund report, only 16% of the MSMEs in India receive formal credit, leaving more than about 80% of these companies either underfinanced or financed through informal sources. And as we are all aware, informal credit obviously ends up as being more expensive than debt, making it difficult for MSMEs to address the accumulated debt burden or grow beyond certain levels. The overall debt demand has been estimated at about 70 trillion Indian rupees, approximately $1 trillion. A major part, about 84% of this debt, is financed from informal sources. This is the opportunity which exists today for the formal sector institutions to actually tap. Within the formal sector, as Harsh also brought out, the scheduled commercial banks account for a major share of the debt supply to the MSME sector. And then there are the NBFCs, the state level institutions, and the regional rural banks, the small finance banks, etc. And of course, the financial institutions like NABARD and SIDBI, which are playing a major role in addressing the gap. The question now is, what out of the total gap is the addressable gap really? And this is estimated to be about 26 trillion rupees, which the formal financial institutions could viably finance in the near term. And half of this gap approximately is on account of the manufacturing sector and half on account of the services sector. Coming basically, the lower level of bank penetration, propensity to fund the services sector, which is normally fueled by its shorter working capital cycle, generally has resulted in a constricted flow to the manufacturing sector. And thus, when I come to my recommendations later on, some of the recommendations would be specifically as to how to increase the flow of credit to the manufacturing sector. In the pandemic situation, particularly, the MSME sector has been further hurt. COVID-19 has led to some of the major problems which the sector continues to face, accentuating some of the major problems which the sector continues to face. One, the impact on the earnings due to disruptions, demand-supply mismatch, closure of export markets or reduction in export markets, liquidity constraints, expenses continuing on fixed assets while the earnings have come down or totally stopped. Then the post-lockdown tie-ups with fresh clients, new clients not really happening, raw material sources drying up, marketing-related issues. A host of issues have arisen due to the pandemic, and simultaneously, a huge number of livelihoods have been impacted, especially for MSMEs and the informal sector workers. Millions of jobs perhaps have been lost, or there are people waiting, shelved to get back to their work. The impact obviously has been extremely adverse, and going forward, the road to recovery is time consuming, but I'm happy to see that the report has shown the positive signs towards this recovery in the micro enterprises. Some of the initiatives taken by the Government of India and the Reserve Bank of India for addressing the economic disruptions caused by COVID-19 crisis include the moratorium for principal and interest dues till 31st August 2020, introduction of the regulatory measures involving rescheduling of payments, easing of the working capital financing, and consequent asset classification and provisioning norms, providing assistance to the tune of 3 lakh crores under the Emergency Credit Loan Guarantee Scheme, which probably has been one of the greatest drivers of this recovery, which we were seeing in the earlier presentation by Mr. Nanaya and Harsh. introduction of a resolution framework for COVID-19 related stress, and lastly, the liquidity related measures for various kinds of financial intermediaries provided by the Reserve Bank of India. Now, given the scenario which has come out and the report which was presented, I would just like to comment on 3 or 4 points in the report and the findings in particular. The default of 6 to 7% compared to was being compared to the microfinance sector. Harsh brought out that comparison. I do not think it's a fair comparison because the microfinance sector also has a collateral in terms of the social collateral, the implicit guarantee of the other group members, which enhances the recovery to a large extent. While many of these enterprises effectively have no collateral worth the name, really, if you go to enforce the collateral security as a bank or as an NBFC, many of the loans are actually collateral free, which is why a 6 to 7% default, if we compare it probably to the corporate sector, may be a better yardstick. And there, I think it's not a very high cost to be paying for the development of this sector. It was also mentioned that the number of loans has shown the recovery while the value is lower, which is very, very obvious because most of the loans were covered under the emergency credit loan guarantee scheme, and only 20% of the loan amount was being outstanding amount was being sanctioned. So there would have been repayments. There's an so loan less the repayments, the outstanding, and 20% of that is what was guaranteed. And most of the institutions have taken cover under the guarantee scheme and sanctioned those loans basically. So therefore, it is quite obvious that the size of the loans would be lower, but the redeeming feature is the number of loans is increasing, and that is very important at this point of time, which means the measure has really, the measure which was put in place has really worked. There was a mention about the missing middle being in the 5 to 10 lakh loan space. I would think that given the revised definition of MSME, it would be desirable actually to look at it beyond that, really up to 20 lakh perhaps, because within that definition now is the scope for MSMEs to really keep growing without losing out on the incentives in the MSME space. I would like to come after these general remarks, I'd like to come to some very specific recommendations for the growth of the sector. And I do think that the report from this summit would be placed before the government. So I hope some of these suggestions find place there also. As we are all aware, there is already a well-developed infrastructure of institutions in the country catering to this sector, comprising DFIs like SIDBI and NABARD, which are playing a yeoman's pioneering role, the public sector banks, the private banks, the small finance banks, which are just about 5-year-old, and therefore their contribution of 1% perhaps needs to be looked at in that context. The NBFCs and certain state-level institutions like the SFCs and the SIDCs serving the sector. A huge network of commercial bank branches, over 150,000, coupled with about 6 lakh branchless outlets in villages, provide a substantial reach today for not only for the banks as such, but for any of the financial institutions willing to leverage this network. And this, on the back of the JAM Trinity, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile, provides us the perfect lever to really start serving the sector in a very big way. We need to leverage the existing infrastructure and strengths of all the players, all the existing players, and particularly the NBFCs to ensure the last mile connectivity. The revised definition also ensures the seamless growth of the units without losing the benefits available to them, which was one of the problems earlier and led to a lot of horizontal growth and not vertical growth amongst the units. So my first definition, my first recommendation pertains to the manufacturing clusters to a large extent and the informal clusters. There are about 400 odd manufacturing clusters, formal manufacturing clusters in the country, and more than perhaps 5,000 informal clusters across the country. What needs to be done is a comprehensive competitiveness study be carried out on the major clusters and some of the major informal clusters also, to identify the gaps in the financing and other requirements of those sectors. A separate body can be set up really to promote competitiveness of clusters, and once we have identified these gaps, we address those gaps and we make our clusters much more competitive. And this reminds me of the seminal work by Michael Porter on the competitive advantage of nations, which bears out the underlying theme of continuously working on improving the competitiveness of clusters. And this is one of the easiest ways in which we could address all the issues relating to MSMEs in those clusters. And I think if we are able to address the cluster issue, we would have addressed about 80 to 90% of the problems of the MSME sector. Again, land in the clusters or the industrial estates which is made available to micro and small enterprises comes at a very, very high cost. It's very expensive. And there's a need to promote industrial estates with sheds purely on rental basis. This would also obviate the locked up productive assets. When a unit becomes an NPA, those assets remain locked up for ages before the loan amount is resolved or the asset is sold. And therefore, this would actually also offset that problem and probably lead to more cash flow based lending, because the collateral of the land would not be available, and there's a desirable need to move towards cash flow based lending to the micro and small enterprise. The third recommendation is really for the industrial associations to be very, very substantially empowered, perhaps on the lines of the associations in some of the developed countries, more particularly the BMOs in Germany, who carry out a host of activities for their members, really. And we have a good model even in India. The Faridabad Small Industries Association set up what is called the IMSME of India, an association, and where they act also as a financial intermediary, providing a first level check on all their members to banks and institutions who want to lend to them. They aggregate the demand for common raw materials, insurance, etc. A lot of such common services are provided by these associations. And therefore, if we can empower our associations, I think a lot of issues relating to the sector could be resolved. The next recommendation would be, to raise the collateral-free limit under the Mudra loans from 10 lakhs to 20 lakh rupees, for the very simple reason that this limit came up in 2015 when Mudra was set up. I remember I was the person who had actually written the part of the mandate for Mudra before I retired in 2015, and that, at that time, keeping in line the missing middle also, we had kept it at 10 lakhs. But today, given the revised definition of MSME, the need to look at this limit being enhanced to 20 lakhs is very much there. The 59-minute loan portal, or the PSB loan portal, has been a great initiative. And what Mr. Nanaya mentioned about digitalization, I think this portal really reflects those features. It is featured with a completely data-driven process backed by algorithms. And those algorithms run on about 1,000 odd data points and give approval to an MSE for loans up to 1 crore within 59 minutes only. It has been considered as one of the most comprehensive processes globally also, and therefore making this as a kind of a one-stop shop for the micro enterprises needs, loan needs, I think is something which needs to be looked at. Of course, all the other NBFCs, etc., have their own individual models, but there would be a need to, collaborate and perhaps leverage both the strengths of the NBFCs, the small finance banks, the commercial banks, and the PSB loan portal to give the best to the micro enterprises. The couple of issues in regard to equity, quasi-equity support, basically PM has recently launched the 1,000 crore seed fund for startup sectors. The startup sector in India is something which is doing an amazing job today and needs a great support. So right from financing proof of concept to giving them very, very small loans or grants is what is conceived under this startup fund of 1,000. Funding proof of concept is something which would give a lot of, impetus to our startup movement. The receivables issue is something which the sector has been plagued with over the years. Government has taken initiatives to ensure that the PSUs and the government departments enroll on the TREDS platform and make their payments in time and bring in a lot of transparency in their payments. But it is absolutely necessary that all large corporates and all micro enterprises be gradually enrolled on TREDS, and this is where the role of credit bureaus etc. would also become a very important role to help them access this platform. Some of the policy support measures really would include the targeting of the underserved states, and within the underserved states, the underpenetrated urban, semi-urban and rural areas, which Harsh has very beautifully brought out in the report, the mention of which are the areas. A lot of them have been clearly demarcated also, and the stark contrast is very, very visible between those areas and the served states in particular. The GEMS platform promoted by Government of India, that is the government e-marketplace, is indeed a great initiative and needs to be replicated by perhaps more organizations in the private sector to provide such marketplaces to more and more smaller enterprises also. And simultaneously, the need to launch virtual trade fairs and exhibitions, given the fact that physical trade fairs is not going to be a reality in the near term, at least for quite some time. And the need to move to e-trade fairs and exhibitions obviously is something which the private sector could be promoting. Lastly, while CGT-MSC and NCGT support to the MSCs has been one of the major initiatives in promoting collateral-free lending, these organizations need to be further capitalized so that they can continue to increase their coverage of collateral-free lending to the micro and small enterprises. I think there are many more recommendations. I know there's a paucity of time. Radhika is already looking at the watch probably. And I would like to end by saying that there is enough surplus liquidity in the system today. Last night also there was a mention of about, I think, 6 trillion rupees surplus liquidity in the system when in the fireside chat between Tamal Bandyopadhyay and in the fireside chat and Aditya Puri. And I feel that appropriate support at the policy level along with this surplus liquidity can really galvanize the productive utilization of the liquidity, particularly by promoting the micro and small enterprises sector. The inherent Indian spirit of entrepreneurship is very much alive. And if we galvanize this liquidity, provide the right policy support, we could actualize the dream of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you. With those last words, I would end here. Stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a good beginning to for the track and for helping us release the report, and also for very crisp, specific recommendations, forward-looking messages that you've integrated in your address. Thanks so much once again, Harsh and Mr. Nanaya, for joining us today and for the collaboration on the report. I will, the audience, thank you so much for joining, and we'll take a very short break. The next set of panelists are already in the waiting room. We'll bring them in and get live in a very short while. Thank you. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
टूरिस्ट खुश होके जाते हैं। चाबी लगाओ इसमें, चाबी लगाओ इसमें, ताला खोलो। खाली पड़ा है ना रोड, तो थोड़ा रेस खोल के और फिर अपन को सीधे हाथ पे रहना है, इंडिकेटर देना है। इससे मौका, मैं तो खुद ड्राइवर बनी हुई हूँ, पर मैं दूसरी महिलाओं को भी इसमें ट्रेनर बन के उनको सिखाती हूँ रिक्शा। और आमदनी तो मेरी बढ़ी है इसमें, और मैं इसमें ना शेयर भी खरीदा है, जो मैं इस कंपनी की हिस्सेदार बनी हूँ। मैं इसमें मेरी आमदनी बढ़ी है, जो मेरे घर में, मतलब मेरे घर में पहले कम थी, अब ज़्यादा आमदनी होती है क्योंकि मैं भी कमाती हूँ।
कि लेडीज अच्छे से अच्छा कमाए, अपन यही चाहते हैं अपनी लेडीज आगे बढ़े।
पति का साथ हो, बच्चों को अपन कुछ भी दे सकते हैं ऐसे। बदलाव आया में आत्मनिर्भरता, मतलब आत्मविश्वास पैदा हुआ मेरे में। पहले कुछ नहीं जानती थी, यहाँ तक कि मैं अपने पिछले वाली गली के लोगों को भी नहीं जानती थी।
होटलों के बारे में भी, मार्केट के बारे में भी ये बदलाव देखेंगे बाद में, और बोलने का, चालने का, ये सब चेंज हो गया है।
कैसा लगा? अच्छा लगा ना? हाँ, बहुत अच्छा है, चला।
A bank that you can bank on. AU franchise has been fueling the aspirations of low and middle income people since the last 25 years. With more than 18 lakh customers across 13 states and 2 union territory. Today, the bank has built a strong portfolio of 28 products. Standing tall on the strong pillars of financial inclusion and digital banking, AU Bank's USPs are: AU has built a strong franchise clocking impressive numbers. With a focus to enable financial inclusion in India. Recipient of multiple international and national awards. AU Small Finance Bank is your new age bank, bringing ease of banking at your fingertips. AU Bank, chalo aage बढ़ें।
जिंदगी के कई मौसम अनुभव किया मैंने। हालात बदले, लोग बदले, अगर कुछ नहीं बदला तो बाबूजी की सिखाई हुई एक बात, वो कहते थे जब नींव मजबूत हो तो फिर चाहे वक्त के उतार चढ़ाव कैसे भी हो, हम उनका डट कर सामना करने में सक्षम होंगे। बिल्कुल इस पेड़ की तरह ऐसा ही एक अटूट रिश्ता जोड़ता है आपके साथ IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक। विश्वास, पारदर्शिता और सच्चाई का, क्योंकि इनको आपकी सफलता में अपनी जीत दिखती। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। IDFC First Bank, always you first.
The global pandemic is challenging the entire world, but it hits the poor worst of all. Our clients live in emerging markets where they often can't work from home, they often can't social distance, there's often no running water, and the public health infrastructure may be weak on a good day. All of that, the pandemic is overrunning, and so the impact on the poor has been enormous. Beyond the pandemic, I think we're still tackling enormous issues like climate change, gender inequality, data and data protection, and of course consumer protection. And consumer protection is changing a lot because of the use of digital technologies. We are finding and investing and building institutions that leverage those technologies to reach people that have never been reached before.
Presenting two new tech initiatives in the retail microfinance sector. Sahyog 2.0 app to ensure data security and efficient service.
A very good morning to all of you. I'd like to thank each one of you for joining us this morning for a technical session titled Digitizing Small Business, Pathway for Improved Access to Credit. It is my pleasure to invite the esteemed panel for the session. The session is co-curated in partnership with Axion. The sessions will be moderated by Shantanu Mukherjee, Regional Program Manager, Asia Axion, and the panelists include Mr. Nitin Chugh, CEO and MD, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, Gauri Tyagarajan Mukherjee, Co-founder, Credit Mantri, Rahul Malik, CEO, FinTech Business Labs, Sanjay Jain, Partner, Bharat Innovation Fund. We really look forward to a very insightful discussion. With this, I would like to hand over the charge of the session to Shantanu. Shantanu, over to you.
Thanks, Arya, and a warm welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining the session. I'll just start sharing my screen, and Gauri, if you can just confirm whether it's looking okay. Sorry, not Gauri. Arya, is it looking okay? Hello.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. As Arya mentioned, my name is Shantanu Mukherjee. I am the Regional Program Manager for Asia at Axion, and the theme of today's session is how digitization of small business helps improve credit access to the small business and micro enterprises. Now, as we all know that small businesses are the backbone of Indian growing economy. There are approximately about 16 million micro and small medium enterprises, MSME. We are really talking about the micro segment, the micro enterprise, small business operating in this country. And it employs over 100 million individuals and contributes to nearly 1/3 of our GDP. Now, despite a diverse lending landscape, access to formal credit remains a challenge for most. It is estimated that about 60 to 70% of all MSME credit requirements are unmet. And this figure is likely to increase given the current pandemic and various operational challenges which are being faced by institutions. Very briefly about Axion. Axion is a global nonprofit dedicated to creating a financial inclusive world. For more than 50 years, Axion has been helping tens of millions of people through our work in more than 110, in about 150 countries and more than 110 partners. We believe that digital technology can help small businesses stay in touch with their clients, find new clients, and help financial service providers to continue to support them with tools they need to build resilience. In fact, as an extension of our work in the area of digital financial services, in July 2020, Axion launched a digital maturity assessment tool leveraging Axion's global experience and understanding of what influences small businesses owners to adopt digital products. The institutions, partner institutions, and it's open to public. It's available in the public domain in Axion's website. Institutions can use this diagnostic tool to survey their customers about their ownerships of digital tools and comfort and using them for their businesses. The link to the tool is available at the Axion's website, and I will also paste the same in the chat box slightly later. And those of you who are interested to have a look at the tool and test it out for yourself, for your institutions, are most welcome to do that. Now, our work involves three important areas, and we drive financial inclusion through three important interventions. The first is we find, fund, and grow companies, creating new ways to reach the underserved. We also advise financial service providers as they expand across access to economic opportunities And we also conduct research and insights which push the industry to better serve, protect, and employ clients. According to the World Bank data, 177 million people could be pushed into poverty due to a pandemic. In this era of COVID, financial inclusion is more important than ever. Financial service providers have a critical role to play in helping mitigate the immediate effects of the crisis and helping them build financial resilience in the long run. With this introduction, I'd like to sort of introduce the panel. As Ari has also mentioned, we have very privileged to have with us four very, very highly experienced individuals who have been in the forefront of financial inclusions and are doing some wonderful work in this area. We have Nitin Chugh. Nitin is the CEO and Managing Director of Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Nitin is a career banker with over 25 years experience in the financial services industry. He previously worked with HDFC Bank, where he spearheaded the digital banking vertical. We then have Gauri Tyagarajan Mukherjee, who's a co-founder of Credit Mantri. Credit Mantri helps borrowers and lenders to make decisions by leveraging data and technology, which is a very critical theme of our thing today. We then have Rahul Malik, who's the CEO of FinTech in an embedded business for Stellab Technologies, an agri-tech startup, which has built an IoT-based network in the dairy value chain industry. And finally, Sanjay Jain, who's a partner at Bharat Innovation Fund. Sanjay has been closely involved with India Stack and more recently with Oken through his associate with iSpread. Welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for joining the panel. I look forward to an interactive discussions. So the way the session flow would be that we would have brief opening remarks by the speakers who would introduce themselves, their companies, and the work which they are doing. This will follow with a moderated discussions. Hopefully this will be interactive. And then we will have some time for question answers, and there's a chat box somewhere available in the below the screen where you can pose your questions, and then we will try and answer as much we may not have time to answer all of them, but as much we can we will do, and then we will have the concluding remarks. Now with that, why don't I sort of Nitin, why don't I sort of hand it over to you? I'll stop sharing my screen, and then maybe Nitin, you can start off, then Gauri, Rahul, and Sanjay. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Shantanu. At Ujjivan, which is a small finance bank, we started operations as a microfinance company in 2005. The one big difference, you will notice about Ujjivan, and which is something that I also realized when I joined here, is that we are an extremely purpose-driven organization. We seriously strive for working for the benefit of the underserved and the unserved. While being a microfinance company at our roots, that is obviously our largest business. But in the business of microfinance, we also come across these nano enterprises and micro enterprises. These are really the aspiring class of people who are trying to break away from the category that all of us bankers like to force them into, which is the bottom of the pyramid. So they're really the aspiring class. In addition, once we converted to a bank, we of course started with other lines of businesses to serve the mass market, which we also call as the aspiring middle class, people who really want to do better in their life, they want to earn better, they want to live better. And those are the aspirations really that we are catering to through businesses like affordable housing and MSE funding. Affordable housing for us is our second largest business after microfinance, and MSE is our third largest business. And we do aspire to be a large mass market bank, very clearly focusing on the unserved and the underserved for all times to come, and making sure that we cater to people in this category by use of technology, by use of best practices, and also trying to bring in very high quality standards of service. Like one of the things that really drives us is the fact that how can we offer the same quality of service, the same level of products and features as an affluent or a high net worth customer would get from any other bank. How can we make them experience banking and financial services the way a rich or an affluent customer would experience it? And for that, we do understand and believe that technology is going to play a very important role. it's also important for us to partner with like-minded people. I'm happy to share that all the people on the panel, we're trying to work in some manner or the other with each other. And I think what singularly drives us is the like-mindedness and the singular focus that, yes, there is a large market, like Shantanu mentioned in his opening remarks, specific to the MSE category of customers. I think all of us are trying to make a difference to the so far excluded category of customers by not just making them open bank accounts, but also giving them access to formal credit, which is going to be the growth engine for the economy, for the next few decades. So let me stop here and hand it back to you, Shantanu. Thank you.
Thanks, Nitin. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Gauri, over to you. Gauri, yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Gauri.
Hi. So, I'm Gauri Mukherjee, one of the co-founders at Credit Mantri. Credit Mantri was created to solve for a problem that we saw consistently in all our past lives working across financial institutions, which was if 100 people applied for a loan, less than 20 got access to the product. And what we felt was, and the same 20 who got access to the loan ended up getting it from multiple financial institutions. So the question was really what happens to the remaining 80? Because it was inefficient marketing dollars spent in sourcing these applications and unmet customer demand in terms of unfulfilled requirement for credit. So this, what we call as the 8 on 10 problem, or is really what we call as the credit invisibles. So to a large extent, these 8 people who applied for a loan were invisible to most financial institutions and therefore didn't get access to the product. So this 8 out of the 10 problem of the credit invisibles, when we looked at it a little deeper, what we figured was consumers and small businesses that fell into this 8 out of the 10 problem belong to 3 categories. Those who had a black mark on the bureau, so no lender was willing to touch them. The second use case that ended up having a loan rejected was customers who have never borrowed before and therefore didn't have a footprint on the bureau, and most lenders therefore didn't have a method of evaluating them. And the third use case that we felt was resulting in this 8 out of the 10 problem of credit invisibles was consumers who were credit healthy, but their incomes every month were quite low, as less than 25,000 rupees a month. And therefore, these individuals or small businesses did not qualify for a loan amount large enough for the unit economics of most of the private and the larger institutions to work with. So solving for these 3 use cases of what we call as the credit challenged customer with a black mark on the bureau, the never borrowed due to credit customer, and the low income yet credit healthy customer is really the heart of what we do at Credit Mantri. So given the business that we are in, the unit economics are typically low because these are consumers whose need for credit is small, or their affordability for credit is quite low, or they have a black mark and therefore have a repayment requirement. In both of those scenarios, the unit economics have to be very sharply run and managed in order to make it viable and make it as a sustainable proposition. So that is fundamentally the heart of what we do at Credit Mantri. We have a registered, we launched our platform June of 2015. So we're about 5 years old. We've got close to about 10 million users across about 7 million of them individuals and about 3 million of them small businesses. And we work with 50 plus financial institutions on the supply side across products that are typically, for new credit could be standard products or could be tailor-made products that are only available on our platform, or on the recovery side where we help consumers to repay their delinquent loans. So that's broadly the supply demand, the sense of scale for our business. And in terms of what we do to the consumer, we offer a free credit health check. Consumers come to the platform, we credit profile them. The part of credit profiling, we start with institutional data, could be bank or bureau. We layer it with alternate data, could be user declared data like SMS or bank state SMS, social app data, etc., or statutory data, which Sanjay will quite clearly relate to, be it PF, Aadhaar, GST, etc. Create a complete credit profile. And based on the consumer's unique credit profile, products and services are offered. So that's really the heart of what we do at Credit Mantri.
Thanks, Gauri. I think great introduction, and in fact, we have covered some of the questions which I planned to pose to you. So I need to think about some more additional questions, but hopefully that will there. So maybe Rahul, you want to go next? Sanjay, I know you've got some problem with connection. This thing we can't see you, but hopefully you can come back soon. But in the meantime, Rahul, maybe talk a bit about what you're doing, Stella Apps, and.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, good morning, everybody, and thanks for having me on the panel, Shantanu. Pleasure to be here. So the way that what has Stella Apps been doing? Stella Apps is essentially an agri-technology company which for the last 7-8 years has installed IoT devices on a pan-India basis in the dairy value chain. So what do we do is that when milk is procured from the farmer at the village and these are now obviously absolute deep rural India. From there, our equipment actually helps the milk procurement by the dairy by grading it and pricing it automatically. And then it moves through the value chain, and we've got devices all through the value chain monitoring the quality and quantity of milk. All these devices are connected up via IoT, and comes up into the cloud. So we get data coming into the cloud every day. So what do we have? We've got about 34,000 villages now in India where we've got our devices installed. We've got about 2 million farmers who are registered on the platform, after which about 700,000 interact every day. We get therefore more than 10 million data points. Milk is poured twice a day, morning and evening. So we get more than 10 million data points every day that comes up. And this data is obviously becoming the basis for a whole lot of analytics that we're moving forward with. We are currently digitizing nearly more than 10 million liters of milk, which places us, we're not a dairy, but if you talk about touching the milk, we are probably second or third in the pecking order after Amul and KMF in terms of the amount of milk that goes through our systems every day. So that just briefly is what we're doing. In that, using that data, about 2 years ago, the organization decided that we should move towards some value-added services, and for that, last year we've moved into putting up our financial services business on the back of this data, and we are building out a whole host of services, including credit scoring and things like that, which I think we'll talk about a little later. So that's essentially what we're doing. We are practitioners, we're on the ground, we've got people supporting this equipment, we've got payments happening, we've got credit coming through to farmers using all our data, and we've got partners like Nitin mentioned. His bank is we're just about to sign up with them. We've got other banks as well, and that's what we're doing at the moment. Yeah.
Thanks, Rahul. Thanks for the introduction. That's great to know. And then finally, Sanjay, over to you if you can. Oh, good. You've come on video. That's excellent. Yeah, Sanjay, you're on mute, I think.
Yeah. Sorry about that. My internet connection has been acting up, and but it's great to be on this panel and hear all of the work that my co-panelists are doing. And it's something that I've been a part of this ecosystem for the past many years. And starting with Aadhaar, we looked at how we could bring in formalization into the people who are currently underserved, because that would start to give them access to banking, and then with payments, hopefully they would be able to create data trails, which would then allow people to give them credit. And now, as a part of the Bharat Fund, as well as our associated program called the Bharat Inclusion Initiative, we've been looking at how we can again help this community get access to credit. We've been working with multiple partners, including, I think OG1 who's here, as well as many other companies, to try and see how we can make it easier for people to get credit, because credit's going to be the driver of a lot of businesses. We've been working on use cases around invoice financing, around underwriting clusters, around using publicly available data, alternate data, to do credit scoring with different kinds of signals, and so on. And it's been, I think, an excellent journey so far. And I do think that many of the experiments that we are doing and other people out here are doing will start to bring in credit to this community. And once things do start and people see the results, we'll hopefully see much more of it. And I think in this effort, we've been working along with the industry through, for example, with iSpirit, to bring out new ways to get access to more data, to get access to more credit, to do more connectivity across the ecosystem. And I'm sure we'll be discussing some of that later today.
Thanks, Sanjay. That's great. And yes, we do have lots of questions for you. I'm sure other panelists and the audience also have. So I think, very interesting, because when we were thinking about putting together the panel and we were thinking as to how do we do that, and one of the things which came to my mind that, this is an ecosystem play. And I think it's not one particular company or one sector who can do it. It has to be participants. So if you really look at the participants today, the speakers, we have Nitin, who comes from financial services, he's a banker, financial service provider. You've got Gauri, who dabbles with data, technology, develops scores, and makes available, makes credit decisioning available. Then we have. Sorry, can you hear me? Hello. Sorry, I seem to have some problem with.
We can hear you.
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear. It just faded in and out a little bit, but I guess.
Yeah, sorry, just maybe something. Sanjay, who's given his work with iSpirit and on the especially on the saying it's more platform, and then finally Rahul, who's a practitioner, as he said, who's consuming all of this in order to deliver a credit or facilitate credit to the underserved segment. So I think that's great. So I think maybe Nitin, I'd like to start off with you again. I think in the same theme, you really touched upon as to what briefly touched upon what Ujjivan is doing in terms of driving the transformation. But I think I'd also be interested to know as to how important partnerships are to your organizations, and how you're using a partnership approach to drive, digitization, drive greater access, and what, and more importantly, from an institution perspective, what are the areas you think, you would like to partner? What are the areas you feel that, you would like to keep it with this thing, and what are the value which the partners bring to your table?
Well, thank you, Shantanu. I think there are 3 or 4 things which kind of are prerequisites for partnerships. One, like you yourself said, that this whole financial inclusion or trying to work with small businesses or any of that subject is really an ecosystem play, like the way we've seen with the cards industry or even with UPI. I think the ecosystem play can only happen when people come together. For people to come together, what is most important, according to me, is the like-mindedness about the purpose and what they're trying to achieve. We cannot have partners who have different objectives and are trying to get different things out of the same project. So that is one. And of course, it needs to be a long-term purpose. It cannot be a short-term set of objectives. The second important thing is that how do people come together? Either they come together on a one-on-one basis, which I think is unwieldy beyond a point, and it just makes the whole system slow down. And that is where the platformification of all of this ecosystem is equally important. And that's why, the work that Sanjay is doing, I think makes a lot of sense for people like us to come together on a platform, like all of us did for UPI, all the banks and service providers, and then build the whole ecosystem around a shared set of technology, shared set of protocols, shared set of objectives, and then eventually grow the system on all sides, which is largely catering to the same set of people that all of us believe in serving. The third important thing, of course, is the commercial viability, because at the end of it, while what Gauri mentioned in her opening remarks about the the cost, the economic unit cost, we all realize that dealing with the unserved, underserved, or the excluded, or the small businesses, or even the work that Rahul's company is doing, the unit sizes are going to be extremely small. And therefore, the commercial viability, if you look at it only from an operating expenses point of view, is one part. But when you look at it from a lending point of view, the viability also needs to take into account what kind of credit losses will you look at, what kind of infrastructure do you need to put in place to collect or make sure the repayments are happening on time. Now, all of that, therefore, then opens up the whole system for an even better collaboration. And that is the kind of work we are trying to do with Gauri's company, for example. Okay, that how do we make sure that the credit discipline improves and we have a better way of repayment? And how can we then, for example, we are working with some other set of partners where we are trying to digitize the whole repayment value chain and, remove the whole dependence on cash, because the dependence on cash, both for consumption as well as repayments, increases the operating expenses, and therefore it slows down the whole scale up. And at the end of it, the last thing I would like to say is that all of this matters and makes sense only when it is done at scale. I think there are far too many people who are very seriously intending to work in this space, but none of us have been able to scale it up to the extent of the potential that exists. And that is why it's very important that all of us work with each other, partner on a like-minded basis, make use of technology, keep the unit cost low, and keep using as much data and information so that we keep making logical progress towards scaling this up. Because eventually what will really matter is going to be how much of scale we are able to establish in this whole approach, rather than trying to do some bits here and there which will make us feel happy but may not solve the problem for the country.
Right. Great. Thank you very much. So Sanjay, coming to you, I think one of the areas which this particular segment is obviously, what we call is data served. Many of them have got smartphones, but we call them dark phones. They use, for SMSs, WhatsApp, but when it really comes to transactions, financial services, and that's where I think the issue is, which is there. So technically, while they use it for certain, but how much of that data can be consumed, and that's something which I'll come to Gauri to ask. As to also, I'll pose the same question to Gauri, is that, how do we do that? Because, there's a preference for cash, which we have and which is there. But so, I think it's, again, on the concept of ecosystem and the digitization of small business, it is just not about, I would believe, is that about just a person having a device, but how do you basically sort of have certain data which is available about the customer, which can be used and consumed by financial services providers for an effective credit decisioning. So can you just touch upon maybe the role of, a bit on the role on the whole account aggregator, in one of the, which is very critical component in trying to resolve this issue or solve this data issue, and especially when it leads to the underserved or unserved population.
Great. So Shantanu, thanks for this. So the account aggregator was designed as a way to get access to formal banking data. So if, for example, a customer has a bank account and they're doing transactions on it, then it was quite difficult to actually get validated data which you could trust in a digital form, because you would get printouts of bank statements or whatever, and then you would digitize them. It was a fairly expensive process. And what the account aggregator does is it allows all of the customers' potentially multiple bank accounts data to be brought together in a digital form, which then a lender can consume and make a decision basis that all digitally. And because then that would reduce the cost of actually bringing that data together, and that would then be a big win for everyone. And the other part of this is actually ensuring that there are more transactions, which is really the payment side of it, where if you basically are seeing the growth in digital payments, then that ends up increasing the transaction volume, and obviously this granular data then improves the quality of data, which again you can use for lending. So I think these two trends coming together are going to give us a very richer data set and a more accessible data set, which can then be used for faster decision making by the banks. And that's really where I think this plays a very big role. And again, this comes out of, again, the platformization approach, where basically once you make certain things possible in a very standardized way, then everybody can use it, and hence, costs can come down and everybody can benefit.
Right. No, thanks. So no, that's this thing. Gauri, I know you touched about, alternate data and, introductory, but I think one of the fundamental issues which we have is that, while, thankfully to the PMJDY and other initiatives, the number of bank accounts in India has significantly increased. And also, some of these accounts are also getting funded through the direct DBT transfers and others. But I think the fundamental issue is that there is people still sort of transact in cash. So, whether it's, that's changing, but I think there's a cash behavior which is there. So unfortunately, much as we sort of like, and that could be one of the root causes why, there's an inefficiency of data, insufficiency of the data for this thing. And so just if you can elaborate slightly more that, for a person who's not, let's say, buying goods digitally using UPI or this thing, or not sort of buying online, which is typically a MSME or, micro enterprise or small business, what sort of, alternate data is available and for that? And I know you touched upon it, but maybe you'd like to speak a bit more about it. How do you sort of resolve this, this whole data asymmetry which exists today in many ways? Sorry, Gauri, you are on mute, I think.
So, the starting point is the solving for somebody who's not even banked is really hard, and I think and that's a use case we don't necessarily focus on, and it's a pretty hard use case to solve for. So let me start by looking at people who are banked, whether wherever they may be, in metros, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. The fact that there is transaction data available on the bank statement, irrespective of the depth of the data, or irrespective of whether transactions happen on UPI or online, there is some amount of information available which helps one understand what is this person doing with his savings bank account. Now, obviously, depending on the extent of disposable income, the extent of money flowing through this bank account, and extent of cash transactions, the depth of the data is a lot more transactionally when in tier 1 metro, tier 2, tier 3 cities versus subsequently tier 4 onwards. So there is no question that bank statement, like Sanjay mentioned, and therefore the account aggregator guidelines played an important part, become an important way to work with transactional data. But having said that, therefore, you're starting with the banked population, looking at transactional data, and transactional data comes in many forms. It could come in the form of bank statement, it could come in the form of e-commerce purchase behavior, it could come in the form of UPI transaction, it could come in the form of agri purchases. But this is ongoing transactional information that makes assessment of an individual or a small business's ability to repay quite robust. And transactional behavior comes from GST data. So it need not necessarily be law institutional, it can even be statutory, but it forms a core component of assessing one's ability to pay. And then, to go back to your original question, even if somebody is not buying online or doing UPI transaction, there is enough information across traditional data sources between what I call as institutional data, user declared data, could be SMS data, app usage data, or statutory data that can be used. The paradigm shift is really the fact that historically, whether it was the credit bureaus or banks, people were used to working with data through a centralized format. So all banks gave data to the bureau. Bureaus were comfortable with data being centralized. So the concept of federated data, from multiple sources coming together to create a credit profile, which, in our case is a consent-led model because we are not a lender and therefore we need the user's consent, forms really the paradigm shift in the way I would say one looked at data and one looked at data from multiple sources to create the credit profile.
That's terrific. Thank you very much. I think very interesting concept. I think, move from centralized to federated. In many ways, I think the account aggregator route in some ways is also, helping that. Now, this leads me to you, Rahul, and I know you Celebs, and you guys are doing some very, very interesting work, because you are using a set of alternate data, and especially the whole concept of, and you touched upon it briefly as to how using the IoT, you are collecting data points right from the farm side to up to the crops, that dairy value chain. Can you just talk about this, what sort of a data you are collecting, and how are you sort of helping, how does that help making this thing? I know in this whole informed credit decisioning, and how you're helping those data for financial service provider to to take a credit decision and offer credit to the very small farmers. So just talk, maybe it'll be useful for the audience to know.
So yeah, so like we said, so we get data. So we pick up data currently from. It begins at the farm side, as you said. We've got devices there which are now recording the health of the cattle, and from there on, what are the inputs that are being provided to the cattle, good and bad. I mean, bad in the sense they could be medicines and things like that, as a result of which the milk is not to be drunk for some periods of time. So all of those that kind of data is coming in. The core is, of course, once the milk comes in, what is the fat content, and therefore what is the fat and SNF content, and therefore what is the money that the farmer gets. And then based on that, we've actually built up. We mined our data, and we realized that we took about 500,000 data customers to Equifax early last year, and asked them to look at it. They looked at it and found that about half of those farmers had accessed credit. And then we further broke those data points, broke it down on various parameters, and they actually were able to then build a scorecard for us. Now, just think about it. I mean, to get that kind of data would have taken otherwise years of lending, because as you know, to build a credit score, you need bad rates, you need bads. It would have taken us a long time to pull this whole thing together. So we took it to them, and they were able to pull out. And what is it that is significant, is that we are able to provide credit. As Gauri was saying, we are actually trying to crack the problem that most of these people have never accessed credit. So therefore, how do you score them? We are scoring them on the basis of their transaction history and their behavior in bringing the milk to the table. And what has significantly come out is attendance, vintage, how long they've been pouring milk in that area. It is quantity, quality, obviously, of the thing, and therefore the derived income. And from there are various derived factors which only we can get, like the amount of water in milk consistently. I'm just giving you one, small example. There are other such factors which, on the basis of which we've been able to actually pull a score together. And this is a score which, let me say to you, Equifax, and I've been doing this now for many years. I was also a little surprised, quite honestly, but Equifax also were very heartened to see A, the amount of data that we had, B, the deviations that were available, and C, the fact that the score can actually stand on its own, independent of any credit bureau data points. So we have two scores. One is including the data points from the credit bureau, one is excluding those. Even without the data points from the credit bureau, we are able to actually drive a loss rate of less than 3%, 2.5% to 2.25%. If I bring in the credit bureau data, it drops by another 50 bits. So it is incredible that this is now can provide that dairy farmer an option and to move forward. Now, using this data, we are now using this data to actually assess those farmers and using our partner network to give them credit. So that's what now we have started to do. Obviously, we'll have to prove it over time, because it's not a straight, I mean, while it looks to be a straight correlation, the partners that we've taken it to so far, everybody has, said that we will accept it and we will start tracking it. And over a period of some time, maybe 1 cycle, 2 cycles, we will see how this works and we'll reset it and work on it. But the critical thing, like I think is being discussed here, is the fact that these farmers can now access, and a lot of them are women, as you know. Dairy farming in India is predominantly done by women in the household because the man is out in the field, so they are involved very directly in this, and so they are being able to access this credit. And using our existing relationships, we are then taking this credit, taking this data, providing the income also to the farmer. So what happens is that the dairy takes this data and says, okay, now you've poured me 10 liters of milk a day, 330 rupees per liter. I have to pay you, say, 9,000 bucks a month. So this 9,000 rupees I pay you in cash. That's what's been happening by and large. So now what we are providing is a facility for all this money to go directly into the bank accounts of the farmers. It is creating that digital history that is required to actually improve their ability to access credit. So in addition to our score, they are also building up their public profile, so to speak, of digital history, and over a period of time, will get access to more credit. And then you are taking that and saying that, okay, based on all of this now, I will provide, with my partners, I will bring a small loan to you. And over a period of time, I can increase that loan size and take it up further. So that's the essence of what we are trying to do there.
That's great. Thanks. It's a great story. So, there is, one of the things about, again, continuing a bit on the partnership theme, Nitin, and, I think, is that, one of the challenges which we have seen, and this also, also Gauri, in some areas, you and Rahul, is, one of the challenges, maybe I'll ask you and Gauri, you and Nitin the same question, and maybe you may have two sides to the same, is that one of the challenges, and it came through one of the questions which has been posed in our in the chat box, is that one of the challenges in a bank fintech partnerships can be ownership of customer and the customer data. Now, who owns the customer? And this sometimes can prove to be a barrier. So, how do you address the challenge? Maybe Nitin, you can take a shot at this. Maybe after that, Gauri, from a I can see you smile, but that'll be interesting question.
No, I think it's a debate that will forever be there, and it's not just about a bank and a fintech. Anybody who you work with, and banking or lending, like we are now discussing on the basis of ecosystems and networks. Banking has been a network business, and data has been held by the main relationship provider, and is also available in some bits and pieces to other parts of the ecosystem. There is too much obsession about who owns the data. I think we should all be worried about how can we put the data to use and make sure that we don't end up misusing it. Yes, now that we are getting into consent architectures also, like Gauri spoke about her, approach of consent-based data collection, and in any case, at a platform level, also we are progressing in the country through a consent-based architecture. All of these debates will get settled because finally the customer owns the data. I think all of us have to come out of this whole mindset saying that I own the data and you don't own the data, and you own lesser data, I own more data. Data is relevant to the extent that I have it. You have to maintain confidentiality as part of your contract with the customer. There's no doubt about that. But if there is consent from the customer, either on a one-on-one basis or through a consent architecture, which can open up the whole ecosystem like the way we are trying to do now, I think this debate would be settled once and for all. So we should not be, it would be very regressive to only keep thinking that, let me not move any forward because I want to have walls around my data and nobody else should get in. That was a 10-year-old mindset, I would say.
Right. Thanks. And Gauri, I think I'd love to get your perspective.
Yeah. So I think I completely, agree with Nitin that the customer owns the data. So eventually it is the customer's data. But having said that, I think institutionally, when there are multiple institutions involved, large or small, the thinking really has been, to a large extent, the way it has been taught for hundreds of years, which is whoever is the customer has given consent to and is actually asked to act on their behalf is the owner of the data. Anybody processing it on the back end is a keeper of the data, and therefore, by the principle of customer owns the data, the agent of the customer owns the data. So if there is a hierarchy of sorts involved and if there is a negotiation, that's the simple rule that we end up looking at. So when we work with lender partners and the lenders give us their customer base for us to do work for them, we clearly understand that the data and the customer and the consent is with the lender. But when we bring a customer to the table and the customer has given us consent, the mindset is really to say that it's as much our customer as it is the lender's customer, who the customer engaged in a different context. So that's really how we look at data and data ownership.
Thanks. And Sanjay, I think again, coming back to the platform provider, and again, for the interest of this thing, how does, this whole, again, I'm just quite fascinating with this whole account aggregator route where, someone like Rahul can contribute to our data, and that data can be consumed by either by Gauri, it could be consumed by Nitin or any financial institution. So he becomes the contributor. So this thing, in that case, how does the ownership of data, because you have someone who's contributing, someone who's consuming. So how does this whole, architecture of, account aggregator address that?
So I think around this table, I think you have complete agreement that the data belongs to the customer, and it can only be shared through any mechanism with consent of the customer. And that's exactly what the account aggregator does, is that it allows this data sharing to happen only once a customer has given the consent for the data to go from a particular source to a particular destination. And if there are any conditions associated with that consent, for example, the amount of time the data can be maintained by the destination, whether it can be refreshed, whether it can be used for a particular purpose or not, all of that is encapsulated in the consent itself. So the idea being that as a customer, not only can I say that this particular entity can have my data, but for how long and for what purpose. And that together creates a complete picture so that then every participating entity knows exactly what is expected of them in terms of that data. And so I think we're moving towards this future where the user is completely in control of their own data, and mechanisms are being built to give them even finer grained control than what is there today.
Right. So I'll continue with you, and one of the things which I think a lot of us, including myself, is quite fascinated about this whole open platform, the whole facilitator platform. Maybe you can just touch upon this. I know a lot of audience have heard about it, but from my perspective, what I'm more interested is that, I think when you talk about small businesses, many of them, as we've just spoken about, is below the Lila form. They might have a bank account, some transactions. What would the journey, maybe, what sort of a journey can we see, Oaken and covering, and how would Oaken what are the next steps? How would they start addressing the needs of the credit underserved or the credit people who are not so access to credit? So which is the theme of this entire, so how would that Oaken platform help?
So the Oaken thinking more recently crystallized, I think, in the MSME committee report of the RBI a couple of years ago, where the thinking was encapsulated by that while many of these folks are credit starved, they also end up working with aggregators who have data about them. So if you think of a restaurant aggregator, the restaurants have some of their data, the transaction data with them. Or if what we're seeing with Stellapps, now Stellapps has some information about the milk farmers and what their data set looks like. And so these are people who are now already in touch with the potential customers. They're providing them service. In return, they happen to have some information and data about them. And they could become the pathway by which a bank or a lender could profitably interact with the customer and deliver the loan. And that would reduce the cost because the customer is already on board. And what is needed is now some additional issues around credit evaluation, which may go beyond the data that this particular entity has. So the MSME committee report actually called them the lending service provider and lender service provider, which are basically then working with these customers. So OCEN builds on that framework and sort of encapsulates it by saying that if I'm a LSP, I have a bunch of customers who I'm working with or potential customers I'm working with, I can enable an interface. And on the other side, a lender could enable a similar interface. And through this thing, anybody with a compatible sort of implementation could now talk to this LSP and hence deliver credit to the customer. So that's really what OCEN is. It's the Open Credit Enablement Network, which specifies an interface that must be developed by a lending service provider and a second interface which must be implemented by a lender. And then it allows somebody in between to connect them and thus enables the flow of credit to this end user base. So that's exactly what the system is. And it allows somebody who already has data about customers to use that data to give credit, but also that relationship, which is more important, because that brings down the cost of onboarding customer. It allows smaller quantum of loans to be given and so on, right? I mean, the credit risk is the only piece which it doesn't solve for, which then must be added onto the system through a means of automated or hopefully automated decisioning around either credit bureau data or alternate data or any other lending signals that may be available. So that's really what OCEN does. And I think it opens up a huge space for us to be able to get to this customer base and deliver credit out there.
Right. So I've got maybe two follow-up questions. I think this is great. And I think, so Nitin, from your perspective, I think lending institutions primarily has been dealing with more, user provided data or user collected data, demographics and things, and plus the more credit bureau led data, and that has been the germane of several, credit. It historically has been. Now it just opens up the whole Pandora's box. You could have someone like Rahul who will give you the milk pouring data. You would have someone like Gauri who's providing you alternate data, and then you have, it could be, telco data coming in. It could be, several other forms of data which comes in depending upon what sort of a data is pushed into through the account aggregator. Now, what is the implication for that, from a banking and a financial services perspective? Are there new skills, new areas, new capabilities which you guys need to develop? Because you are moving away from a traditional way how you sort of look at data, measure data, and evaluate data to a completely a different set. So how you are looking at how you preparing yourself, and what additional skills, capabilities, and this thing are you looking at building within your organizations?
Well, I would say I think most of us are today just building the rails to be able to use this data, to be able to make sense of the data, and then start perfecting the data science behind it, which we may or may not be able to do on our own. And that is why partnering with people who can enable that is going to be very important. But I think just the fact that the quantity of data itself will change by a multiplier of, I don't know how many times. Banks may not have the ability to ingest all the data and even make sense out of that. So therefore, they will need specialist skills. They will also need to make sure that the data that they are using is first starting to complement what they already have, and then gradually build the ability to use that data on a standalone basis, and then start building more and more sophisticated algorithms around that. But I still believe that this whole network effect that will start to play in, because we will learn certain things in one part of the network, we'll learn another set of things in another part of the network. And we don't necessarily need to learn all the chapters of the way that we're going to be progressing forward all by ourselves going through the same classroom session. I think we can keep very easily learn from each other and make sure that whatever we perfected in one part of the network, we can easily implement that through an open architecture. Now, that would also mean that it puts lesser overload on individual banks or individual lenders to perfect their own data science, and data science itself will therefore get reasonably democratized, where people will be using attributes which have already got refined, and those refined attributes can therefore just get plugged in. But that again means that the rails have to be very important. That is where our focus is going in right now, that how do you build the rails so that the logical partnerships can be done on a seamless basis, which could be as simple as even writing APIs for some of the services that we may or may not have today, right? Some of the systems that we use today may not have a surface level capability of delivering APIs. So we have to re-engineer those. Some of the systems that we have APIs for may or may not be usable in the current shape and form, or may not be usable at a network level, and they're at best, productive only on a one-on-one basis. So some of these things I think will go towards building the, the whole capability. And once the capability is there, then you can keep overlaying as much, data science in it, as much skill set on it, but at the same time also learn from various parts of the ecosystem so that you don't have to go through the full learning curve all by yourself, and then realize at the end of it that you're actually quite behind schedule and the world has moved on to something else. So I think this whole collective learning is also going to take place, and that will again happen not just through participation at a principal and a data sharing level, but also the fact that technology will also start getting more and more standardized in the network, which today unfortunately it is not. And therefore we see these difference of approach, and that difference of approach really drives almost like a reverse feed into the mindset of the organization to say that, no, this is not my core competence. This probably is the core competence, is the core purpose, but then the technology doesn't enable you to do that, and therefore you feel a shortchange and you believe that, no, I'd rather stay away from that. So I think that uniformization of technology will enable that, and I think from our point of view, this is what we're trying to do, that build the rails right now. We are in a developmental phase. Once the rails are there, we have a like-minded ecosystem set of partners. We come together on a technology platform which is equally capable of serving all of us, and then we learn from each other and we make sure that we perfect it at the same time and keep raising the bar together rather than one part at a time.
Well, thanks very much. And just before I go back to Gauri for a question, just for the audience, there is a chat. There's a chat box, Q&A box, which is opened. If you have any questions for any of the speakers, panel members, please type in your questions so that we may have time to just take a few, but just do sort of put in your questions as which is there. So with that, Gauri, I think again a very similar question. I know you are the cutting edge of technology on data, and I know you're looking at variety forms, but this whole plethora of data, which is the whole ecosystem which is opening up, the account aggregator, you're going to have multiple people, and people like Rahul coming in for providing data, people like the telco coming in various form factor. How are you looking at? Do you have all the capabilities which is required? Are you looking at from an organizational perspective to build new capability? And how would your services, how would you, what enhancements do you see going forward, given that how the ecosystem is actually sort of evolving?
Got it. See, even in the last 5 years, when we have been in this space, initially access to the data itself was a differentiation. So, we used to be very proud that we were the first non-bureau, non-lender to get access to bureau data. Then we used to be very proud that, we were the first participant to get access to LinkedIn in India, which is a full profile. So I think we've come a long way down to a large extent. Data is no longer a differentiation, availability of data. And I think it's good to see that, because I think if data becomes actually jailed in a particular institution, it becomes problematic. So the fact that data has been commoditized is a lot of credit to the common infrastructure between Spirit and all the organizations like Sanjay, all of them, who kind of created that environment of open data and have truly democratized it. Now, if data is really, freely available, then what becomes the differentiation is what Nitin touched upon. It is, how do you process the data? How do you put it into the common framework? How does it complement what lending institutions are already working with? Do you do it over a period of time? Is the tracking of data and the variables in a manner that can be processed and consumed by lending institutions simply enough? I think those become differentiators. And I think we can see ourselves having evolved in that direction from having started out at a place where the availability of the data itself was a key differentiator. And when these two factors actually have brought about a significant change in the fact that a company like us becomes hyper-focused on solving for the end use case, a singular use case or another use case of what do I solve for the consumer? Because if I don't solve for the consumer, the reason for existence becomes rather shallow. So I feel that the movement seems to be in the right direction in terms of having democratized the data and opening up multiple lending institutions to partner with platforms takes away the shackles of the fact that I have APIs I have a pipe or a road into a lending institution is no longer a differentiation. So what used to be very physical, I think 16th century railroad kind of differentiators have actually been done away with, which I think is really the validation of the larger India stack story. So for us, it's been a lot of focus around looking at the data, processing it with variables, looking at it over a period of time, so that we're able to value add to the underwriting or the recovery process.
Right. Well, this is terrific. I think great. I think the whole democratization of data and the credit and making it accessible, I think is possibly one of the biggest game changers which we have seen, and thanks to the work which has gone in on the India stack and this thing. So, we have about another 5-7 minutes, 8 minutes, and I'll take about 2-3 minutes for the question to put my concluding remarks. But I just wanted to check as to whether any of the speakers have any questions for any other. So, which means that, do you have any questions for each other? Otherwise, I can pose. So I just want to give you a chance. No? Okay. Okay. So Rahul, coming to you, I think, if there is, I know if there is, as someone who's a practitioner, who's actually sort of, consuming data, developing credit scores, there's a, if there is about, what are the maybe 1 or 2 things you think where the ecosystem could support you in terms of getting to, providing more access to the small businesses, micro enterprise, or farmers who are your constituents?
That's what, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Sure. So actually, for us on the ground, one of the biggest challenges is actually being able to provide a cost-effective, to provide cost-effective credit and to be able to make some money out of this whole process. We've discussed the various challenges, and therefore, something like an Oaken, though initially conceptualized, I think more from an urban MSME kind of a perspective, was something that we pounced on. It takes months to integrate with a bank. Okay, we've been going at it with a few banks, and it just takes a long time. Now imagine the plight to actually go out and integrate on this platform that we've created, where we've got about 5-6 lenders. It's taking an enormous amount of time and effort and money, obviously, to be able to do this. So the moment, like, for example, we came to know about Oaken, we were, right out there talking to them to say that, at the end of the day, these are MSMEs. I mean, if you take a farmer who's got 3-4 cows, he's making maybe 150, 200,000 rupees a year. These are exactly what you would look at in an urban environment. Why can't we just, provide these people, and we'll give you all the data. We've got high velocity data. So it's the infrastructure essentially is what I'm coming to. At the end of the, fundamentally, one thing that I've learned in the years that I've, been doing this across various organizations is that these customers, retail by and large, and definitely, the emerging middle class, so to speak, these are people who fundamentally want to pay. It's not that they don't want to pay, but they have challenges which come along in their lives. And so it is about how we monitor them, the risk management around that. All of this takes technology. If you can do it, like in a microfinance environment, like Nitin said, we go out and pick up cash, and you're going out there and meeting the customer once a week or once a month, whatever is the frequency of that for lender. And here you are, we are seeing this customer daily, She's coming to the center twice a day. So you know exactly where she's, you know how much money she's making, you know all of those good things. But her ability to access credit is so limited. In fact, it is shockingly limited. I mean, the total portfolio across all lenders directly into, say, a cattle financing kind of a portfolio will be in hundreds of thousands. It will be less than 10 lakh loans, I can tell you that. And there are 75 million farmers in this country, dairy farmers in this country. We have the largest herd size in the country, in the world. We have 300 million heads of cattle in this country. That's the largest herd size in the world. We are the biggest manufacturer of milk in the world, producer of milk in the world. So these are all the challenges. So we're just trying to. So my simple point here is the infrastructure. That infrastructure to build it, and something like an Oaken can really make maybe a game changer for people like us.
Right. No, thank you very much, Rahul. I know we are almost nearing. So any last words from the speakers, panelists? Okay. So, I have really enjoyed speaking to all of you, and, I think it's been extremely enlightening, wealth of experience which you bring. And it is absolutely critical, not only for us as an organizations, but also for the economy, because given that as I said in the beginning, this thing, how much these small businesses, micro enterprises contribute to the employment, the GDP of the country, and it's across the world, across any emerging markets. So I think, thanks to all of you doing some brilliant work in facilitating it. This my key takeaways, if I have to say that, I think starting off saying that, one cannot do it themselves alone. Partnerships are critical, ecosystem partnerships, and we've got here a mix of people, and I know some of you are working with each other. So, I think this is going to be very critical. Platforms, fintechs, financial institutions, they would be very critical, the specialist data providers, to make this happen. As Rahul and Nitin also pointed out that, I think the whole unit economics has to be, because typically some of these loans are very small, and, I think has to be managed very critically. So I think, like Rahul says, that how do you sort of, ensure that, credit is administered in a way in which, I think you keep the loss rates low. I think that's very critical. And I think work which Gauri and others are doing in terms of, the credit scores, building the alternate using data is very critical for people like Nitin to, take those decisions besides their own capabilities, which is had. I think it's also a question of scale. I think given the small size, I think, scales, and the opportunity is huge, as Rahul is mentioning. I think if you look at the size of at least even the dairy farmers, 70 million of them, and the total number of loans which is given, I think we are just scratching the surface. So I think the scale is possible, but, using like the Oaken framework, account aggregators, which Sanjay has mentioned, is a great way to build that scale. And hopefully the momentum is just, and if UPI is one of the examples which now has overtaken all the major networks to become, churning out billions of transactions every month. I think that's, if that's to be there, I'm sure that, when you look back 2 years from now, I think if you look at the Oaken, but I'm hoping that, my expectation is that that's where we are going to do it. I like what Gauri mentioned about data, and that's something which is really sort of struck on me, that's saying that there's a shift from, a centralized data and a federated data, and data has no longer becomes a unique property of anyone. It's become commoditized. I think this is a great thing which has happened. And then this also helps. Right? So the real sort of USP or differentiator is that how do you sort of use that? How do you sort of create, massage that data, create opportunity, how you structured it, and to deliver decisions which are there. And again, to what Nitin says is that, we are still building the rails, and it'll take us a while for us to actually sort of deliver, but I think all of us are in the right path. With this, I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you very much for taking time of your busy schedules to participate in this panel. It's very enlightening. I'm sure the audience has enjoyed it, and, in a virtual environment, unfortunately, we can't be together. But I think I've really enjoyed, and so has everyone. Once again, thank you very much. And with that, Arya, over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Arya, can we leave now?
Hi. Yes. So thanks a lot, panelists, for a very insightful discussion. It was indeed we had a footfall of more than 250 participants watching the discussion. It was indeed a great discussion, and we hope that all our efforts really start giving benefit to the lowest section of the society. With this, I'll conclude the discussion. And for the delegates, we request you to please be here. We will take a short logistical break where we'll let in other speakers from the next session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
With newly added features like eKYC, geotagging, and instant credit verification. And cashless payments of EMI via any bank UPI for easy and safe transactions. All this with an aim to enhance last mile efficiency and delivery for the microfinance entrepreneurs.
मुस्काने जो दबी हुई थी चेहरों पर वो खिल गई है अब पैरों पर पंख लगे हैं मंजिलें भी मिल गई है घर घर हम पहुंचे ऐसे जैसे कोई अपना हो जो पूरा ना हो सके अब ना वैसा कोई सपना हो We are a bank of smiles. We are a bank of smiles. We are a bank of smiles. We are a bank of smiles.
Once again, a very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank each one of you for joining us for this afternoon for a technical session titled Building Financial Resilience of Small Businesses Post-Pandemic, Navigating the Recovery Path. It's my pleasure to invite the esteemed panel for the session. The session will be moderated by Dr. Arvind Mayaram, Principal Economic Advisor, Government of Rajasthan, and the panelists include Mr. Arup Kumar, General Manager, SIBBI, Nikunj Oli, Regional Manager, ACR Blue Orchard, Rajiv Chawla, Chairman, IMSME of India, Sumita Ghosh, Founder and Managing Director, Rangasutra, and Mr. Davendra Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary and Development Commissioner, Ministry of MSME. We'll wait for while the discussion will go live, we will induct Mr. Devendra and Mr. Rajiv as they quickly log in. With this, I would request Dr. Mayaram to take over the discussion. Dr. Mayaram.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here with all of you, and I can see it is such a distinguished panel coming from diverse backgrounds. So I think the discussion is going to be very rich and would be possibly also provocative. I hope it is provocative, so that we can look at different facets in terms of how the MSMEs will be facing the future post-pandemic. We have had a strategy in India, which is a growth strategy in terms of the industrial growth, which has focused in a very significant manner on the growth of MSMEs. In a country like India, which is 70%, 65 to 70% even now, as what we would say rural or peri-urban areas that dominate the country. We have also seen a very large migration from rural to urban areas, and there is also a very significant number of people who are engaged in livelihoods in the non-formal sector. So therefore, in the formal sector, also we are seeing the growth has been in the MSMEs for the right reasons. One, of course, it is because as more livelihoods outside of the agriculture sector, MSMEs tend to absorb more of this population in terms of the ratio between the capital deployed and the number of people employed. I think MSMEs far exceed large industries in the country. Then the MSMEs are also linked in the growth of large industries, because we have seen in terms of value chains or supply chains, there are a lot of forward and backward linkages between the MSMEs and the large industries. And MSMEs have also contributed significantly to exports from India. So they have been part of this, even the global supply chains in a manner of speaking. They also have done something which perhaps has not been recognized in a very insignificant manner as yet. The fact that they have been able to a great extent deal with the asymmetries within the regions in terms of industrial growth. We've seen hollowing out of the peninsular India as far as because of the coast and because of globalization. A lot of large industries have moved to those the states which have a seaboard. But the rural hinterland, much of the organized labor or much of the employment in the non-agriculture sector has come from MSMEs. And therefore, the regional disparities to some extent are also addressed by the MSMEs. We have, of course, the fact is that with MSMEs, there has also been a greater penetration of financial services into areas where perhaps they would not have reached, which also has a spillover beneficial impact in the lives of the people living in that area. So we do see that MSMEs have played a very important role, but At the same time, during the pandemic, we have also seen that the MSMEs were very hard hit. Even the recovery that we are seeing is basically driven by large industries where profit margins have gone up during the pandemic, whereas the MSMEs have taken a hit, both in terms of in terms of financial capacity to deal with the breakdown or the destruction of demand in the market, which has led to also a lot of closures of MSME, large scale closure of MSMEs, and also retrenchment of people who are working in the MSME. So therefore, going forward, as we look at what is going to be a new normal, we will need to see how we can look at creating greater resilience in the MSMEs to be able to deal with the adversity that we are now seeing. Some things have happened. We will, in the course of our discussion, deal with them too. One is, for instance, the new classification of MSMEs which the government has brought about, which includes both investment and turnover, and the ceiling has been raised significantly. Of course, this would mean that the startups and others will not be shy of growing rapidly because of losing of some of the benefits that the MSMEs get. But the adverse side of it is that, as we have seen in other cases, the propensity of the larger MSMEs to be able to crowd out the smaller MSMEs from the market, as well as from access to finances and to benefits, cannot be ruled out completely, and we'll have to see how we can protect that particular subset of the MSMEs. But apart from finances, I think MSMEs need much more in terms of access to information, markets, and technology to become productive. They also need resources to strengthen their financial health with greater access to finance, including fintech, driven finance, and they need to be given a different kind of a framework of protection. We have seen in many other countries this has happened. For instance, there have been free online stores for MSMEs now to showcase their businesses in some of the countries, to sell products. There have also been provided with certain type of support for marketing in terms of coupons, etc., given which gives kind of discounts or so that they can compete in the market. So there are a lot of other experiments happening all over the world. We'll also see what is happening in the country. So I think there is this whole area which requires a lot of attention from all the stakeholders. And I think today, as we discuss what's happening in this area, the rich experience of all the speakers today or the panelists today is going to be invaluable. So without much ado, let me jump into the discussion now. Let us look at the first and foremost and the simplest question that comes to our mind, which is what are the various support required and the challenges faced by small businesses. I would like Rajiv and Sumita to take to begin this discussion on this issue, and then maybe others can join in and contribute to it. Rajiv, would you start? Is Rajiv here with us?
I don't think he's here still.
Oh, he hasn't joined. So Sumita, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Mayaram, for that good introduction and setting the tone and the stage for our discussion. So I think with respect to the challenges and that MSMEs, small enterprises face, I will just speak from our experience, which is of starting Rang Sutra, which is today owned by 2,000 artisans and some others with like-minded goals. And when we started in the year 2006, it was extremely difficult to raise funds. At that time, we did not have any equity because all the artisans, and people like me, a small team of people like me who came from a social work background, did not have the capital to set up a business. So the key question, which on the basis of which we'd be turned away, was where's your collateral? Number one. And number two, show us 3 years balance sheet, which we didn't have. So at that point, we did, first of all, we decided, okay, let's go back to the people with whom we want to, for whom we want to create employment. So I'd like to also state here that Rangsutra is a social enterprise. So our goal is not just to make profit, but it is to give regular employment and sustainable livelihoods to the rural artisans we work with. And we work in rural India. So in that sense, it was very difficult for us to raise funds. So initially we went to the artisans, and with whom I actually had a long history of association. So there was a trust, mutual trust, that this is not someone who's come to just take money and then go away and run away somewhere. So 1,000 artisans, all of whom were really BPL, I would say, put in a lot of their faith, their courage, and the 1,000 rupees each. And that's how we got our first equity of 10 lakhs. And I've shared this story before. The other investment that came in was actually from impact investors, who realized that, yes, okay, so we don't have a 3 years balance sheet. We do not have much collateral, but the fact that all the artisans in Rangsutra had been organized and working together for the last, almost 15 years prior to setting up Rangsutra, that was a social capital which was, given importance. So
this is quite fascinating. But do you think that from 2006 to now, the challenges have changed, or do you think that the same challenges also exist today?
Well, to be very frank, some of the challenges still exist. For example, when you go for a loan, the first thing is that, okay, the maximum loan, working capital loan you will get is this, there's this debt to equity ratio. So since our equity, our paid up capital is not very much, as only artisans, mostly artisans are shareholders. So 1:4, meaning, like, I'll give you very practical. For example, we have about 70 lakhs of paid up capital. So maximum we are able to get is, 2.8 crores of working capital loans, which we are getting from Exim Bank, actually, which came to our assistance. But beyond that, it's very difficult for us to raise working capital, And with the private sector, if we go, it's like total, okay, you have to have 100% FD, what you have to put in FD, and supposing you've put in 70 lakhs, you'll get 70 lakhs OD. So it doesn't help at all. I mean, it's still this debt equity ratio. We are still facing a problem with that, and that's it.
Are there other similar problems apart from debt and equity?
Yes. So other problems that we faced, and is that, because we are working in rural areas, and we work with traditional artisans and link them to contemporary markets, because there are no markets for their products locally. So having this dispersed home-based production, is very, it's difficult for us to compete with large factories who we compete, who are based in the towns and who are making similar products. So, and there's a lack of infrastructure in terms of even a basic, what shall I say, a Samudayak Kendra or a center out of which women could come and work, so that we can ensure good quality work at a panchayat. I mean, I would recommend that every panchayat has one, center where, say, 50, 100, 200 women, 300 could come, women or men could come and work. especially for women, this is very important. And 80% of our artisans are women, and they need to get out of their homes and work. Otherwise, at home, when you work from home, you're either feeding your children or someone's asking you for something. So that is one thing we faced. Another one is, of course, linked to access to market information, markets, and to good quality raw material at at decent prices. So this is something that larger companies are able to have they have a advantage over the small ones because of their economies of scale. So that's something we faced in the beginning, but now fortunately we've grown, so we've been able to sort of support the 12 odd very small enterprises, village-based, with our economies of scale by making available capital, raw material.
Let me welcome Rajiv. I see you have joined us. Welcome to the discussion. We were just talking about the various challenges that the SMEs face, and Sumita has taken us through some very interesting issues that still linger on. I mean, she spoke of what happened in 2006, and some of them continue even after, maybe 15 years. So, would you think that those are the challenges that still exist, or you believe that some of them have been taken care of in some manner, or there are some more challenges that have not been identified as yet?
First of all, thank you for allowing me in a bit late. I'm really sorry I missed the initial introduction and the theme and what the previous speaker would have said. But taking cue straight from here, allow me to say that the world has changed phenomenally since 2006. So today at 2021, 15 years hence, a lot of water has flown. And the introduction of technology, the digitalization, the transformation to GST, lot of major happenings have taken place in between. So MSMEs then and MSMEs now, there is a huge difference. And yet, as we understand the world, and especially India, some of the challenges that persisted in 2006 are still the same. And yet, I mean, I must admit here that government, I have never seen a government more sensitive to MSME issues, which have regularly been addressed. And a lot of changes are coming. We have a separate Ministry of MSMEs, that was formed in 2006. But ever since, this institution also has played a major role. The demand for collateral is historical, and I think it is generation to generation. And we today have great example of CGTMSE and the institution that supports, and there are millions who've benefited. But then in 15 years, there are many more number of MSMEs or aspiring entrepreneurs and startups, if I may say, that have entered the arena. So they may still not have been benefited by that. So it's taken 15 years for even an institutional mechanism like CGTMSE to reach every banking branch. Because some credit manager in some branch of some bank, even till today, does demand collateral. And yet there's technology. We have Udyami Mitra, we have PSB loans in 59minutes.coms and many such technological interventions. Many fintech companies now coming in, playing their role. Microfinance institutions expanding base. One of my friends from the Fusion Microfinance, he's reaching out to millions of small borrowers across India, especially women. So I believe that many solutions have emerged. Some challenges have been addressed, but then because there are millions entering the MSME sector, this challenge remains till date. Let me also mention at this stage that there are some new challenges also that have come up, especially in the 2020 pandemic. For the first time today, even those who have access to funds and for whom the government took a guarantee and they wanted to introduce this 20%, and they did it. And they had a phenomenal budget of 3 3 lakh crore for this 20% line of credit guaranteed by the government of India. There are many, even in, and I'm right now, I'm speaking from Faridabad, and it is a city of entrepreneurs, a very, enlightened and very developed block of MSMEs. There are about 24,000 manufacturing MSMEs in this city. And if I include service sector, it would be more than 100,000. And even in this city, which is just in the shadow of Delhi, many of entrepreneurs, they did not get access to 20% emergency line of credit, even though government was guaranteeing, and many banks did not even offer to them. So let me tell you that these challenges will always keep emerging. And let me also mention at this stage that somehow the banks have also resisted many of these changes, and they've taken their own time. For example, in this time of pandemic, if an entrepreneur wants to pre-close a loan, wants to maintain a fair slate, a clean slate without defaulting, wants to sell off gold or jewelry or some asset and prepay a bank loan, the banks are demanding foreclosure charges as high as 4% to 5%. I mean, almost sinful in a time like this. So my point was that there are some challenges that have been addressed by various institutions, technology. Some challenges new challenges also have emerged.
It's very interesting. I think you brought out some very interesting facets. Now, there are two things that come to my mind. First is, and this I have seen now increasingly in discourse, the discussion about digitalization. And there is also a huge amount of, like as you mentioned, Rajiv, about the tech startups and a lot of fintech companies reaching out to people. I'm finding a bit of a dissonance in this because what Sumita is doing is with women in rural areas, in villages, who are producing from their homes, and they're asking for common infrastructure and so on. These are not falling within the definition of what we talk of as startups, because the moment you talk of startups, what comes to your mind is the technology driven startups, the tech startups. And I find that more and more discourse in the public space, even in policy space, is happening when we extol digitalization. I can tell you, outside of Jaipur, for instance, if you go 50 kilometers outside of Jaipur, during the day, there'll be 6 hours electricity in the villages. And so if you consider that you're going to have internet and you're going to have the benefits of digital India, etc., they just disappeared 50 kilometers from any city. Right? You can't even charge your telephone or your computer, forget about getting an access to internet. So there is a problem in terms of being able to keep the discussion, which takes into account this very large number of people in the rural areas who are not part of this subset of tech startups, as we call them. The second issue that I also see here is this divide between rural and urban, which is happening. And I think, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, this divide has widened. The inequality is also widening, and the divide has also widened. And so, therefore, we in our conversations, and it's ironic because we are now using for our discussions platforms which are digital. We can't even be together face to face. So therefore, our world is becoming more and more virtual, digital, whereas there is this huge number of people, which we now see also, of course, with the farmers' protests, you see far more of them now than we were. They have become invisible. The people in rural areas are more or less invisible. So we are looking at MSMEs. We need to keep both of these in mind. So I will come to Arup and ask him, and then I will come to Nikunj. I will ask you, when we are looking at this issue, I think I find banks also yesterday in one of the conversations we were having here, there is a huge amount of conversation about how digitization and how has completely changed banking, how it is becoming more efficient, how it is reaching out to more number of people. Perhaps for consumer businesses in urban areas, I can understand. But as SIDBI, which has been the kind of a regulator and developer of the financial instruments for MSMEs, how do you see this divide? I mean, how do you see the world of Sumita and how do you see the world of Rajiv? And I mean, how do you find a bridge between these two worlds, if I may use that term?
Thank you, Dr. Mayaram. You have basically in the beginning also set a very good tone for the discussion of this panel. And the type of panelists we have here today brings rich flavor to the discussion because of the diverse nature of this sector. On one extreme, as you rightly said, rural, the small nano borrowers, and Mr. Rajiv Chawla representing SME. Sumita Ghosh, she's representing the micro, and IMSME, which Rajiv Chawla ji has created. So these are two different, I would say, ends of MSME spectrum. SIDBI as an apex institution for MSME, we have been taken care of, fortunately, for both the ends and in between every institution, every requirement in terms of product, in terms of delivery, whatever is required in the entire ecosystem is what we have been all through working towards meeting those things, creating the infrastructure, institutional infrastructure, product infrastructure, as also providing funding support, apart from policy making, policy advocacy, and all those things. And while this is a inclusive finance summit, and general understanding has been all through that it would be more on microfinance, seeing the other side also gives complete shape to our discussion. And here I would like to say, for the micro, if you see the definition also in your opening remark, you mentioned about that, the revision in that, and the resultant issues you have flagged here, that also, when we see the earlier definition, it was in terms of earlier SSI used to be there in terms of tiny, small. Now 2006 onward MSME, where micro, small, and medium also brought into the definition to have focused attention of all these stakeholders. Now in this, the industries, the units Mr. Chawla is representing mostly is the larger of small sector and medium sector. There also, there are a lot many, when he's talking about trade guarantee, NCGTC has been set up in terms of giving the guarantee. SIDBI as a refinancing institution also, we have been ensuring the flow of adequate credit at a reasonable rate through all these lending institutions. Coming to the point of how do we see the rural and urban divide, so to say, although it is basically micro enterprise versus the bigger ones in the entire spectrum, and how do we take care of that? For the
actually, I would say not just urban rural, but I would say rural urban, tech startups versus non-tech startups. These are the kind of binaries that have emerged. So try and kind of take all of them into account.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So all this entire spectrum, I would say, sir, what we should be seeing is the challenges before, challenges in the pandemic, and what going forward we have to take care of. So if we see the challenges before, the micro sector has been having all these challenges, what Ms. Ghosh mentioned about, in terms of making available the fund at a rate which would be making their livelihood activities viable enough so as to have the venture also and to eat and take care of emergency needs. That on one hand is being taken care of. If we see the MFI movement, the SHG bank linkage movement and the MFI movement, that was basically to ensure flow of credit to that segment which Ms. Ghosh is talking about. And there again, when in terms of when she was making a mention of DER, constrained by the fact that she has a limited equity capital. That also Government of India in the year 2012-13, if you recollect all of us, IMEF is what Government of India talked about, where equity support was given through SIDBI to all these institutions in MFI's space to take care of endeavors like what Ms. Ghosh is doing. Similarly, in terms of creation of MFIs as a formal sector, formal channel to take care of the funding needs of these people. So on one hand, SIDBI as Apex institution, as you have indicated, we have been taking care of, we set up a SIDBI Foundation for Microcredit in the year 1999, where we helped set up the NGOs graduate to without transformation loan, equity support, funding support, capacity builds, building support, help them set up MFIs in a formal manner to take care of the credit needs of all those millions and millions of rural poor, which has graduated now today to urban side also. And you would be happy to know yesterday also, there was some discussion that 2 lakh crore is what microfinance space credit supply is, out of which around 40% is coming from MFI. So that is taking care of the supply of credit at a reasonable rate.
But at the same time, if you heard Rajiv say this, and also Sumita before that, there are big challenges in terms of being able to access that finance. The windows may be available there, but the window does not open easily for this segment of people. For instance, they were talking about the collateral requirement or debt to equity, ratios that are maintained. So for them to be able to grow, and especially if they're micro, organizations and disbursed membership, it becomes very difficult for them to really scale up. So where is this dissonance coming from if all these windows are open?
Yeah, so quickly I would like to put this in terms of supply of money is what from MFI sector you can say. Again, in terms of instruments, it has been equity type of instrument, sub-debt, as also finance and refinance instrument through microfinance. Insofar as direct finance, I was there in late 90s. I was there as manager in Faridabad and used to interact with Mr. Chawla that time. And he was as active as today he is seen to be everywhere. And that time also, that was basically taken care of through our direct finance branches, our branch network. We have been on one hand giving direct support to all the MSMEs in the real, that bigger ones, units, what we say. So supply is what is happening. While on one hand, we are giving refinance to banks and NBFCs and all, MFIs and all, to take care of supply, direct supply also. This is one part of it. But at the same time, lender sentiments and lenders' comfort that they perceive MSMEs as a risky sector. And so supply has not been happening. And so collateral security, third party guarantee, the requirements, they have been there for ever, I would say. To take care of that, government with SIDBI, we are working on this credit guarantee, which is now almost there in the system, entire system, as Mr. Rajiv Chawla said. But at the same time, to take care of more types of credit needs, NCGTC is what
problem again remains. But let me come back to you. Let me just quickly jump in and ask Nikunj to respond, because she has been in that space where they have been on lending to, I believe you are on lending to NBFCs and MFIs, and you have now heard different sides of this story, both from SIDBI's side, who have been developing this whole area of MSME financing, and then from the user side, which is Sumita and Rajiv. How do you see the issues that are really plaguing the financing of these, especially the micro enterprises?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Mayuram, and thank you, Mr. Kumar, for your inputs. As a lender, as an Apex institution lender there in India, I share some of your views where, of course, lender sentiments do need to be considered, where, of course, cannot take all the risk. There has to be a risk return spectrum, and we work on that, right? But thanks to SIDBI, the initiatives such as the CGT SME, also the CLGS, these schemes, they really benefited some of the partners that we have in India, especially the ones that provide unsecured financing. And then where I think Blue Orchard does become important is, we bring a global perspective. So we've been working with institutions in India to work when it comes to underwriting, to look at more cash flow based underwriting rather than collateral based underwriting. And then we work a lot with lenders who provide unsecured loans to MSMEs, right? In addition to that, we of course have a lot of technical assistance that we've been providing to these institutions in terms of underwriting, in terms of marketing materials, and also on technology and digitalization. I think that has become crucial. We work with everybody, say a tier 3 MFI in rural Lucknow, who's still doing some sort of digital payment or working on technology, to the larger NBFCs that are focused on urban areas, who are doing a lot of cashless transactions and payments. So we look at the entire spectrum, right? And within India, we look at the entire spectrum. We also look at the global spectrum. So we can bring in some of the best practices, talk to our clients about what are the best practices in other countries, and then support them in lending to MSMEs. And so we support on those fronts.
All right, but then one issue, and I would start with you, Arup. You about this new classification, which has come up on inclusion of micro and informal enterprises in general terms of scaling up. So you have now 100 crores of investment and turnover, and there's some kind of a formula that has been created to do, to define these different categories. How do you look at it? What are the benefits from this? I mean, what is really going to be beneficial in terms of the growth of MSMEs in this case, except for the fact that if you raise the ceiling, numbers will increase, obviously. But how do you really see it benefiting?
Two things on this. One, world over in past also we have been debating a lot on this as to what should be the classification of MSMEs. And in India, we had taken gross investment in plant machinery. Elsewhere, it has been either on the basis of turnover or on the basis of employees, or a combination of all these things. Even in India, some of the agencies, government agencies, have been taking turnover as one of the criteria. So this is, I would say, a conversion of these two, convergence in the sense that capital investment in plant machinery indeed would be there. At the same time, turnover also has been brought here in the definition. So that convergence happens, and there is some clarity about what exactly forms part of this. And second is in terms of the need to have it upward revised. That has been happening all through, if you see last 3 decades, that has been getting revised. And that is the need of the hour, because the inflation and all those things and the type of industrialization happening, then other types of industries coming. Now today, if you see, for the type of industry like pharma, auto, food processing, if we continue with the earlier definition, then naturally that becomes very restricted for them. Now, for the reason well known, people would like to have as much as benefit which from government and other agencies, which basically comes through this definition and being classified as MSME. For the reason then earlier what was happening was their horizontal growth was happening, which was not really very good for, is not good for any economy. So with this definition, vertical growth would happen. There would be incentive to grow vertically, and ease of doing business improves. At the same time, the point you highlighted in your opening remarks was whether the smaller ones would get crowded out. Personally, I feel even for that space, if we see in the microfinance space also, one point is that average ticket size is increasing. Today it has come to 35,000 Earlier it was 20,000 or 15,000 and 10,000. So that also is seeing upward trend, number one, which indicates, just it doesn't have any bearing insofar as this aspect is concerned, but which indicates that everywhere the size of economy or the activity is increasing, which justifies the upward revision which is there. But at the same time, the threat or perceived threat that whether they would be left out. Insofar as banks focus to MSME getting governed out of PSL requirement of RBI. So it can be seen from two perspectives, two angles. One is what is the total credit flow to MSME sector and what is the PSL part of it. So we see that PSL is not the only, the priority sector lending is not the only part of total credit flow to MSME. That is one aspect to this. And second is even for PSL definition, RBI is cognizant of all these things, all these developments. And if you see, recently they have come out with one credit deficit districts they have started. And then now they are saying there would be different weightage. If PSL loan is there in a credit deficient district, they have identified 184 districts in the country. They would have 125% basis weightage. Whereas in credit surplus district, it would be 90%. So all these policy from monetary, from RBI side, from government side, taken together, I think that this would be a positive thing only in the long run. And I don't think that these smaller ones, the micro ones, would be left out.
But how do you, as consumer of definitions, look at it? Sumita, would you like to take a look at it? I mean, when you have expanded the definition, do you think that the people you represent, or the people who are part of your business world, will they be adversely impacted in any way?
Actually, I must confess I haven't really studied the issue properly, but I'll just tell you the kind of challenges that I see that will still happen. That will happen because, or despite the change in definition, is that especially when it comes to, say, rural women SHG groups. I mean, for many years, various government programs and projects have been promoting women credit groups, and they do pretty well. I mean, most of these groups are doing a good job of, saving and credit. But when it comes to taking the next step, which is supposing they need, it's okay if someone needs the money to set up a shop somewhere and then they get some loan and they do it. 35,000 or whatever you said. But when it becomes a collective manufacturing enterprise, like I'm talking about crafts in our case, then it's very difficult for them to do all the paperwork needed. I'll give you an example. Like, as I said, all the artisans we work with are shareholders in our company. And the ones in Rajasthan, 80% are women. Now, when we started working, none of them had even bank accounts. I'm talking about 2006. So gradually we opened bank accounts for them, and that has helped because it helps payment of wages directly instead of going with that cash village to village. It has helped in payments of dividend in the years that we have made a profit because all of them are shareholders. So that cashless bit, yes, it has helped. Now what has happened, there's a new rule which the government of India has brought about, which says that all shares have to be dematerialized. Now all our investors they don't have PAN cards because they don't pay income tax, because they earn only from craft. They would earn on an average between, in a month, maybe between like 8,000 to about 15,000 rupees in a month. So they do not have PAN cards. They don't. So all that, the paperwork that's needed, KYC and all that's needed to operate within the formal banking system is really very. It's difficult. It's difficult to say the least. So I mean, even Rang Sutra, which is like, okay, we are technically a micro enterprise as per the definition. But when we wanted to apply for, what was that, something called, not startup, Stand Up India, because we said we want to grow now. We have started up, now we need to grow, and this is what I need the money for. So we were told that no, but you're already getting this credit from so and so bank, which is a private sector bank, because we had no choice. So either you chuck them and you come all of it to us. This is from a state-owned bank I'm talking about, or so there is a lot of paperwork, and I understand that as Nikunj said that there's a lot of risks, and as Arup also said, there's a lot of risk that financial institutions have to take. But you also have to sort of have some faith. And that's where I say that, for example, especially where it comes to social enterprises, women self-help groups, they have really shown by the virtue of performance, and I'm not just talking of Rangsutra, I'm talking of so many others, that they don't run away, that they pay back, whatever it takes, they will pay back. So have some faith and, leap of faith, and look at it as an investment in, don't look at it as a risk in that sense, but that there is if not a return on in terms of financial investment, it's a good lot of social sort of impact that one is creating. And I'd just like to add one point here, if I may, regarding the digital divide. I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Mayaram, that, in the pandemic, that's the world is going to be, is divided into those who have 4G and those who do not. Okay, so what we did, because none of the artisans in the villages had access to Zoom, etc. What we did, and the good thing here is that we have this amazing, what shall you call it, demographic dividend. You have young men and women in villages who are doing amazing things with a smartphone. So what we did is we set up these kind of WhatsApp calls, FaceTime calls, just to find out kya ho raha hai gaon mein, giving work from home so that they get some work out of leftover fabric that they have at home or we had during those lockdown days. And I think that here is an advantage, I see comparative advantage, Dr. Mayaram, that, rural India, I'm talking about Rajasthan mostly because my work is in Rajasthan mostly, that there is scope here because rural, India has some advantages compared to say, Delhi or Gurgaon or Faridabad, and that is, the rents are lower, the cost of living is lower, so we are able to be more flexible, we are able to be more competitive in that way. So this little bit of investment, and I look at it as, if I go back to my not-for-profit world, it will be called a grant, and in this world, it will be called return on social investment. So I think investment or grants and support to, to ensure that these women's groups have at least one person in the group or the group has access to digital communication would go a long way. It would really go a long way, and they can pick it up. The young women and men are picking it up very easily. How to.
But let me just kind of stick with the earlier point for a little while more, Rajiv. The changes in the definition, do you think it's going to have any impact on the micro startups or micro enterprises because the larger players will crowd them out from the financial space or the space of benefits?
I don't think so exactly, because if you still look at the micro is investment up to 1 crore and turnover up to 5 crore. Now, unless you want to create a sub-micro category, there is a, in fact, a proposal at the Ministry of MSME. They want to create a tiny segment or the micro amongst even this micro. So possibly looking at these concerns. Having said this, if there's any concern, I think a new definition, I don't know how a new definition would impact. Government can always say that even within this definition that for the priority sector, maybe, enterprises with turnover up to 10 lakhs should get more support, something like that. But then let this, definition game.
No, but do you think that would be an important thing to do? to say something like that, so that the players who are in the 50 crore bracket do not crowd out the players at 5 lakh bracket?
See, this would always be there, and so therefore, but let us also say, government has a mudra scheme. Now that mudra scheme does not reach out to the 50 crore player in any case. So there are, a vendor. Government has recently come out with, where they're giving 10,000 rupees loan to small vendors, retail vendors. There's a new finance proposal coming for small shopkeepers and retailers as well. And so, but we are a nation wide and varied, and therefore any new scheme that addresses any sub-segment is always welcome. So if we have only one scheme and only one definition, of course, your concern is valid. But even within this definition, there are many schemes, as I mentioned, Mudra, or the vendor finance scheme, the small shopkeeper finance scheme, retailer finance scheme, which would never reach a 50 crore segment. And they're not even looking at that. So I think there is a space to do more, and concerns must remain, because unless we are concerned, this evolution will not take place.
Nikunj, do you think such a definition will be useful? A sub-definition will be useful to protect the really small or micro enterprises in this enlarged definition?
I believe so, but at the same time, for us, we have our own definition of what's a micro versus a small, medium enterprise, right? And then for us, we work with microfinance institutions. There too, again, we define, the different tiers of MFIs. In India, you look at systemically important versus non-systemically important. For us, we look at tier 3, tier 2, tier 1s. As a lender, we work across, and then we have different innovative products for each one of these tiers, right? We have a fund that's specifically targeting tier 3 and tier 2 entities. And then we have funds that target tier 1, the lower risk, the more established entities in India. I sort of disagree with Rajiv in the sense that I do think there is going to be some crowding out with the larger players, gaining more market share, especially in this COVID environment, where despite all of the initiatives put together by SIDBI, by the government of India, the liquidity still seems to be flowing more to the larger tier 1 entities, who again focus on the more, larger loan sizes versus the more rural financiers or the more smaller ticket financiers, right? What we see happening in the market is that these tier 2 and tier 3 are unable to grow at the moment, be it liquidity constraints, be it their internal capacity constraints as they deal with, the moratoriums coming out of the moratorium, they're dealing with increased level of delinquencies. And we see the bigger players coming in and swooping up that market in a sense. There are voids, and I think this is where, the DFIs in India really would need to step in to support the smaller NBFCs and then channel funds more to the smaller, the micro segment, let's say, and the small enterprise segment in India.
I would like to say one thing here. Very interesting point, last point, what she said. Basically, the smaller NBFCs, tier 2, tier 3 MFIs, they're getting crowded out. Now, again, we are not talking about the intermediaries. We are talking about the borrowers. So if borrower, lender A is giving or lender B is giving, a smaller player is giving, a big larger player is giving, ultimately beneficiary is getting the money. The ultimate micro borrower is getting the money. Now, what Sumita Ghosh said, from there, if we plot the rise of population in the country and the rise and the plotting of people in the rural side getting bank account, with people in the rural side getting SHG bank linkage, people in the rural side getting credit, we'll see very clearly it gets established that the gap is getting closed pretty fast, especially in last I can say 5, 6, 7, 10 years. This has been transformational. Any such plotting, if you do, you would be able to see this. This has been happening. So basically, what we have to think of that credit supply to the sector. Now, credit supply to the sector, if you consider insofar as this threat is concerned, there are players who are mutually exclusive. The players who are supplying credit to the micro sector are not the players, as Mr. Rajiv Chawla said, who would be approaching small and medium industries. So they are distinctly different players. Their own jurisdiction is there. So there is no problem. Only thing is RBI, which already I indicated that they are working on it. They have already come out with some paper. Even when I'm saying to institutions like SIDBI, NABARD, NHB, when they give the PSL, priority sector lending shortfall funds to be refinanced, there also now they are putting conditions that this money should go to credit deficient districts. Now, credit deficient districts are the districts historically where no large industry is there. Only such units where micro borrowers are there, those districts are there. So already these things are there. My sense is...
Arup, I think I'd like to ask you this question because I think what Nikunj said resonates with what you said, even though you said you don't agree with her. The point she made was that certain type of MFIs are going to be starved of funds because ultimately what is their source of funding? They borrow from the banks to on-lend. Now, if the banks are going to start giving more money because it is safer to give more money to those institutions which are catering to, say, medium and whatever, small and medium in the new definition, and they are not going to take the risk with the micro enterprises, especially post-COVID, then obviously these MFIs, which she thinks are being crowded out, are the ones who are not getting funds to be able to on-lend. So there seems to be some disconnect between how SIDBI is looking at it and how Nikunj has just explained. And I think I would very much think what Nikunj is saying has a lot of merit. Would you like to respond to that?
Yes, very much. That's what I said. She has made a very interesting point, although I interpret it differently. But just the last point, I will close with what Rajiv Chawla also said. Apart from credit supply through these lenders, government through various ministries, through various programs, like some of them he mentioned, is reaching out to the sector to take care of the credit needs. So it's not just this channel which is taking the credit to that sector. That is the earlier point. Now coming to this point, what Nikunj said, again, at apex level, government level.
Let me again provoke you a bit. Rajiv also contradicted a bit on that because he's saying two things. One is he's saying there are a large number of schemes like Mudra, but he also said that there was this whole scheme of giving credit guarantees by the government, and yet the MSMEs were not being able to source credit despite guarantees being given by the government. So having a scheme is one thing, and that benefit reaching the beneficiary is another thing. So what you are speaking of is a very wide variety of schemes that have been put together for different types of consumers or beneficiaries. But at the same time, as Rajiv pointed out, although in the same breath, he also said there are a lot of schemes and everybody's covered, that despite government's guarantees, the MSMEs were not able to get credit. So do you see that kind of a contradiction in the market?
Again, as this country, the MSME sector also is very wide and varied. So when Rajiv Chawla, because I know him, what sector he's talking about, and the sector what Sumita is working in. So what is happening, even if you see for the last 30 years or maybe more, there is a guideline from RBI for all the banks up to a certain level. Earlier it used to be 2 lakh of loan, no collateral security or third party guarantee is required to be taken. And so credit guarantee, when it came into being from Ministry of MSME and SIDBI, that was meant to take care of the bigger units of maybe fund required for in the range of 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 25 lakh that time. I'm talking about 90s and early 2000. So when he is saying he is talking about that, which you see many in Faridabad today becoming too big. But when Sumita Ghosh things are concerned, such clients, such customers, such beneficiary, they never had the problem of when microfinance is being given, that is not there, completely unsecured. She will agree with me, that is completely unsecured. When they want to take it to higher level of micro enterprise, that is a transition I'll come to if time permitting and you allowing that, because that is called missing middle segment. That is separate. I'll talk about that later, time permitting. Now, so this is what is my response to what Raji Chawla said. But insofar as Nikunj is concerned, when we are sitting at apex level or government level or RBI level, we have entities called these primary lending institutions, NBFC tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, banks and all those things, and ultimate beneficiary. Now in ultimate beneficiary, we are talking, the topic of discussion is the ultimate beneficiary, in the sense micro borrowers, the loans being given to those people. We are talking about that. Her concern is because they, as impact investor or whatever, they have invested in MFIs. Now the smaller MFIs, they are realizing that they are not getting money. So her concern is that. That is perfectly valid. But insofar as micro borrowers are concerned, even if tier 3 MFI is giving loan and they are not in a position to give, in the same geography, tier 1 MFI is filling the need. She will agree with me on this at least. So insofar as credit needs are concerned, we are...
Is there a question or a threat?
No, we are keeping, we are interacting with people. This is what is happening. But her point is well taken. Tier 2, tier 3 MFIs, they need different types of support. That is a separate topic than today's panel. So we can discuss separately. But at the same time, missing middle, that is really from 50,000 to 10 lakh loan requirement. That is defined as missing middle, because up to 50,000 MFIs are taken care of. Above 10, NBFC and banks are taken care of. From 50,000 to 10 lakh credit requirement, that unfortunately for ages, means for the 33 decades, 4 decades, if you map, see the lending landscape, this is having very thin presence of any lender for mainly one reason. This is considered to be very, very risky proposition. Reason being, because the micro borrowers, mainly they work in JLG model or SCG model where some group support is there. In this segment,
local area banks make a difference. The recently licensed local
SFBs, they are like that, that they are making a difference. Even SIDBI's program called Prayas, while we have been giving support to MFIs for less than 50,000 loan, whatever they're giving, and direct finance, banks refinance for larger one, for missing middle, we have started a scheme called Prayas. It is only for this segment, where we are trying to give loan through partner institutions, as also bring the cost of credit to this segment to the comparable level of what the likes of Mr. Rajiv Chawla's unit would get. That is in the range of 12 to 14%, which is unthinkable. And we are not just making the MFIs as the partner institutions, we are also partnering with aggregators and all for rural and urban micro entrepreneurs needing loan in the range of 50,000 to 5 lakh, even like Big Basket, Urban Clap and all those who have these service providers, delivery partners and all. They need some money for bike and all. So this experiment of SIDBI is going to disrupt the market in some years to come, insofar as availability of credit to this segment is concerned, as also the cheap rate at which we would be able to give, so that the entire thing is disrupted. So that is about missing middle. That is a separate thing.
Okay, but Rajiv, do you think that impact funding agencies or local SME networks have a role in market systems development and sustainability of the enterprises or local communities?
Sir, my answer is yes. In fact, I stand testimony to this. Years back, almost 11, 12 years back, IMSME was one of the first institutions to sign one MOU with SIDBI. And we made a huge impact in this Faridabad Gurgaon cluster. We had a major issue that if I give my, let us say, one home or one factory collateral to a bank, and take a term loan and or working capital from a particular bank, the minute I want to buy, add a new machine, it could be as low as 50,000 or 1 lakh or whatever. I have to do the entire exercise of renewing my loan proposal with my existing bank. So for any sudden requirement of a small add-on, even if I have an amazing track record with my bank with a collateral given to them, they would not give me an additional machinery loan. While it is very easy for me to walk into a car showroom and walk out with a 1 crore finance car. So I took this proposal to SIDBI, and we said that we must help MSMEs take quick asset loans, even if they have a different collateral, a different banker, regular banker. And we signed one MOU with SIDBI way back in 2009. And it was such an amazing MOU, and it benefited hundreds of MSMEs in the sector. And in fact, the exposure reached as high as 100 crore. It remains zero NPA till date. So I've been part of one project that we've done with SIDBI. Unfortunately, this kind of a pilot project is done, success achieved, and then closed. What is required is that these successful pilot models should then be multiplied across various clusters, and maybe some more varied programs should be done. So I believe that every institution, be it NBFC or microfinance or a regular banker or a development bank like SIDBI, this kind of a local level alliance or networking with SMEs would always benefit. And SIDBI has had many such partnerships. I know they had a partnership even with a taxi operator union in Mumbai many years back. And I don't know whether they multiplied it across India. But if this kind of, this is real value, the real source, and it just resource, and this just has to be utilized and grown and has to, multiply across India.
But Nikunj, you think as an impact lending institution, you've had some impact on the development of the market systems and also sustainability of the financial models that may have been introduced by impact lending institutions in the last couple of years?
I believe so to a certain degree, right? And the market systems, maybe not so much. I think one of the things that, of course, sets international lenders a bit apart from the local lenders, I would say, is the ability for us to provide longer term funding, right? So that way we're able to, support the institutions we work with. Alongside, I think for an institution like Blue Orchard, we worked on several initiatives. And then to give an example, a few, we've worked on a green loan product where we've supported NBFCs to design products specifically addressing energy efficient or renewable energy sources, right? Be it solar lamps, some sort of a home electrifying system. So those kinds. We've also worked on initiatives which are targeting specifically women entrepreneurs. And then now, last year, we just recently launched another initiative, which is on COVID-19 recovery. And the fund was just launched last year. We expect to operate in India starting in February, but the idea is to work with more riskier NBFCs to support, their stabilization, their liquidity levels right now, and then also to support their recovery and growth moving forward, right? And the target there is to either maintain employment or increase employment in the MSME sectors. So through different initiatives, we've of course supported these NBFCs, some level of market systems we've supported, and definitely on the sustainability. I think throughout COVID, we've demonstrated a commitment to the partners that we work with. Despite challenges in payments, we've worked with them to reschedule, restructure. So that way, I think quite an important role for impact investors like us in the market.
Okay, so we are about to come towards the end. It's 1:47. We have 10 more minutes left. Are there any questions from the audience? I don't see any on the chat. So I guess they're not. Maybe there are questions that you may have from one another, because there's supposed to be a question and answer session. And so we need to do that. So would you like to ask questions from anyone of the panelists? Anyone from anyone?
Yeah, to Nikunj, the concern I saw, and this is what we are also seeing. What has happened is when government talked about to take care of the COVID pandemic, initially they came out with monetary support, monetary side, fiscal measures. So to take care of the liquidity, and we have seen for all these months, more than adequate liquidity has been maintained. But at the same time, two things have happened. One, liquidity not flowing to the unrated or lower rated institutions, which she was mentioning about. And second is, as Mr. Rajiv Chawla was saying, despite all these programs being available, guarantee being available, things not reaching to the units. Both the things have happened. So lower segment of both is what I have seen is happening. So when she is talking about increasing her risk appetite, this is really a welcome thing, because what I feel the solution for the lower rated, unrated NBFC MFIs is infusion of capital at this stage, with which they would be able to gain some confidence from the larger players and get some funding. So that, when she said, I personally feel that is really good, because government, if you see supply of credit through liquidity measures, through everything, means SLF, through SIDBI, NABARD, NHB, the NTL, TRO, all those things happening, cheaper rate. These were all repo linked rate. That also government ensured, RBI ensured. Then we were all through the process, and we all have seen this happening. That despite liquidity being with the financial intermediaries, things not flowing on the ground. Yes, there was uncertainty in terms of how the demand is going to be there and all. But then because of that, portfolio quality concerns and all coming from this lending community, government came out 100% for the first time for this guarantees program. So to that extent, again, things are there. Now with all these things looking up, earlier than even IMF 2 days back, I was seeing the news, they were appreciative of what we are doing and the way things are happening, rebounding and all. So my sense is, from the ultimate borrower, they will start taking as also getting. But the intermediaries, for the type of Nikunj mentioned about, I feel equity support type of thing is very, very welcome from institutions or agencies like us.
Anybody else? Yes, Sumita.
Yeah, so I have a question and suggestion to Mr. Arup Kumar that, like Rajiv talked about the pilot scheme that was done successfully in the past, would you be open to do a pilot scheme with, in the whole area of handicrafts and handlooms based out of rural India, based out of panchayats? They are low carbon footprints. We don't need much equipment and machinery. In fact, we are, handlooms and hand embroidery, etc. There's very little equipment required, but there's space required for operations, in that sense. Then there's also new innovations like natural dyes, etc. like that. Because why I'm saying it is that, yes, at the end of the day, finance is, whether it's microfinance or larger finance, is for ensuring livelihoods and employment. And our experience has shown that this sector of handlooms and our rich craft heritage has the ability to provide employment to millions of people, rural Indians. Sadly, many of them have left their occupations and have migrated to work as labor in building roads, etc. But I believe, because we have shown that it can be done. Our track record has shown that it can be done. All it needs is some hand-holding, which we do, and some help in setting up those basic infrastructure that's needed, at the village level, at the panchayat level. So would you be open to that?
Madam, SIDBI is running a program called Swavalamban. So this gels with what we are doing, and this is basically an umbrella mission to kindle entrepreneurship. And all through you see northeast, south, east, west, everywhere. And so today, with your coordinates shared, contact details shared, someone today will contact you from SIDBI. Whatever is possible, certainly, because these types of initiatives everywhere, wherever we are seeing, we are supporting to the extent possible through our credit plus approach, where it is about hand-holding support, some grant support, some programs, some training, and all those things, as also wherever finance credit is needed, credit side, whatever is possible, certainly, because in Prayas scheme, which I talked about, we identified geographies, and Rajasthan incidentally is in one of those geographies identified where we are running this program. So someone today would contact you, and let's see which way we can take this forward. Whatever good work you are doing, we certainly like to help you reach further heights.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Anything else? Nikunj, would you like to say something? I mean, ask a question. I would want you to ask a question.
That's a difficult one, but from my side, I did, as a closing remark, I did want to say the overseas lenders have not had very much communication, I would say, with the local DFIs, SIDBI, NABARD, or the subsidiaries, right? And I think, during the course of the pandemic too, we didn't really work together as much. I think the international lenders sort of stuck together because their form of financing and the rules and regulations that they're subject to as foreign portfolio investors is different versus the rules that apply to local lenders or to DFIs. But I think it would be great, if we could stay in touch, Mr. Kumar, maybe share some ideas and discussions about the challenges that we see in the market, and then also discuss, what role do private international lenders like us versus DFIs like you would have in the market to support these NBFCs and NBFC MFIs. I definitely agree with you on the missing middle, but I also do want to note that, if you look at the NBFCs that are catering to the missing middle, you will find that most of them are supported by international investors and not so much by local banks and lenders. And then I don't know, of course, the perceived risk being high does impact local banks' perspectives. And then despite all the guarantee schemes as SIDBI has launched or Government of India has launched, it hasn't happened. So I did want to note that, if you look at that segment, right, the NBFCs that are currently about 1,000 crores and providing unsecured loans, and to this missing middle, you will see that 80% of the financing would come from impact investors and international lenders.
Yeah, they certainly will be taking it forward. We'll interact further and take whatever is possible together forward. Only thing is, those existing players who are working in this missing middle space, unfortunately, they are charging very high rates. So for the reason I said that first time, those people are standing on their feet independently, out of the comfort of the group, to have their own enterprise. They need support, and support means cheaper credit also is one of the support. Otherwise, they would die premature death. So this is what under Prayas we are trying to make. Certainly, we'll take this forward in our subsequent discussions and which way we can join hands. But then we want not just to make the credit access to this segment, it's also at the cheaper rate, at the rate which would make their enterprise viable. So we'll take it forward.
For this missing middle, this is something, it suddenly struck me that this is a huge gap area. And this has virtually been an eye-opener, and I can, visualize the challenges that this level people face. My only point would be, we recently, there are a lot of, I think technology and the new age startups will bring a solution to this. Recently, one of the new fintech startups, they contacted us, and they are, giving us a dashboard where an SME can merge their existing invoicing system with that, and only based upon that, they would keep enhancing the working capital requirements or CC limits of that particular SME. be it through purchase financing or factoring or different modules. So use one technology, and that technology through using artificial intelligence and other data collection methodologies would auto enhance the working capital requirements, and possibly, hypothetically, the enterprise never has to reapply or renew a loan or for enhancements, etc., with regular bankers. If this kind of technology goes at the micro level, people who get 40, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 finance, and because they are not registered with GST, and if somehow that digitalization, shows their positive growth, I am sure this middle level could also be impacted. So I see many solutions emerging in this, fast-changing area, and the challenges would remain, but solutions also will keep popping up.
Wonderful. So we are going to make it right on time, and I want to thank everyone, Sumita, Nikunj, Arup, Rajiv, for such a wonderful and scintillating discussion. And I hope this conversation will continue online, offline, in virtual, in real. Thank you once again for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Arya Silp, would you like to add or say or conclude something?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Mairam, for this wonderfully crafted discussion, and thank you all the panelists for a really engaging conversation. We really hope that the deliberations here lead to meaningful and more innovative financing structure evolving, and with all the stakeholders really taking it forward so that access to finance in real terms happens for the small enterprises. We really thank all of you. Thanks a lot.
And you should thank us for concluding exactly at 2 o'clock.
All right. So we will take a short logistical break. Thanks a lot, sir. We'll take a short logistical break, and in the meanwhile, we'll let the other panelists.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.